to it. So
Okay.
whoever I might be could possibly offend or
Okay. That
goes
now I
against the regime. So
now I understand. Okay. Yeah. I
yeah.
thought you meant you assumed the worst from our interaction.
No, I just mean like if
I
I
get you
say
now.
anything online, yeah, of course we assume there's like privacy laws and someone, maybe the NSA or whatever, is recording it or whatever. I just assume every actor with the means out there has already hacked everyone else and has access to everything. So just, I don't know. I
Yeah.
assume I assume it's being bought and sold, and I just try not to say anything that you know like I don't feel like I'm a threat to anyone. I feel like I say different or weird things, but I'm not. I don't feel like I'm advocating something that would be cause for me to be worried about. Oh, I said that. I'm going to be prosecuted or uh, persecuted. You know what I
Gotcha.
mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. No, I feel much the same way. I don't pay any attention whatsoever to like the privacy debate whatsoever because I just assume there's nothing you can do to prevent the higher ups, the powers that be, from learning whatever they want to about you. They can and they will, and there's nothing we can do about it. So I don't even bother. Exactly right.
Yeah.
But
So if you're talking about a girl who's like saying, "Please don't use this information," she's making a request, but like really, I don't know. I think that stuff kind of flies, just because so many people believe in the same kinds of. So many people are just as gullible and naive that you know. I think that's how that uh, what's the word, propagates. You know.
But for things like telling, a friend something like the hard truth, well, I mean, it's very rare that I have to do that. In fact, most of the time I don't have to do that. And I don't know. I mean, I look at the goal. I mean, if it's a job, well, then maybe if it's something that you need to do to accomplish your job, I don't know. Most, I'm a Nietzschean in most respects, which we can, you know, talk about what that may or may not mean. What I take it to mean is basically I just mind my own business. You're free to do what you do, and I'm free to do what I do, and mostly they don't interact. I just think the way I take Nietzscheism is, yeah, I just mind my own business. I mean, it's not my job to be an educator. It's not my job to be a teacher. It's not my job to improve you, unless somebody asks, which happens. That's a different situation. Unless I'm specifically invited to uh, to give my input, which does happen, but that's a different case. Other than that, I mind my own business.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a professional counselor or a therapist or teacher. I'm not getting paid. No one's paying me, so ain't none of my business what you do. Unless it's, and it never is. It's never anything like a public issue, like something that you need to notify authorities about. It's very rare that those things emerge in life.
I don't know. I live in a bad neighborhood. I call the cops a lot.
Well, then, okay. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like I don't like perverts in the park across my street. You know, doing their business.
Yeah.
Well, and there's like a daycare there, and it's
Yeah.
and I feel like I can say I have no morals, but it's almost like a matter of aesthetics. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. You're like if technically it's crossing some line in the game of things, and it makes me feel just a little bit better when I walk outside of my house. You know, like yeah, I don't mind using the services that say that they're at my disposal, and they actually do their job occasionally. So, but
Yeah, we have to be very clear about what we're talking about. I mean, if we're talking about, just, some person just being a jerk, or I don't know,
I know. I was using. Yeah, I was just being my whatever self in regards to.
Yeah.
No, well, you're talking about something really important. I think, like you're talking about one reason why I don't like altruism in most of its popular forms. Like I believe in a kind of altruism that I feel like I'm trying to live up to, but it's not what most people would call altruism. Like it's my own. I've got to qualify it, with what it means to me and how I feel like I'm trying to enact some of that. But like a lot of people, I think with good intentions, think they're trying to help and interfere with a lot of people's lives who never necessarily ask for
Yeah.
help. And there's plenty of victims of people's good intentions, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I I wrestle with trying to figure out what it is to me that makes one person more worthwhile to talk to or get to value than someone else. Because the more I value someone, I am willing to interfere with them a little bit more. Like it might not be part of my job or whatever, but I'm willing to like tell them the truth. That might be an unpleasant thing. You know
That's
what I
what I
mean?
said. That's what I
If
said.
that's
It
what we're
depends on your
talking about.
goal.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like
Sometimes the goal is if this is a problem for you, then by extension, it's a problem for me. And on that basis, I have to say something or get involved. But most of the time, I mean, that's rare when that happens. But but I can't make meaningful bonds with other people, so it's different for me.
you're probably overgeneralizing. I think you're capable of it. So here.
Hasn't happened yet, man.
So
Hasn't
so
happened yet.
so hypothetically, if we are becoming friends, right, and you, I feel like gracefully accepted my criticism of say the three things, right? There's three things that you right. So let's say I told you I was into Quentin Tarantino, right? And you send me to an article in the Baffler that's a criticism of it. So I was I almost forgot about that, but I was reminded of that because the other day, what's her face said, I just read Ayn Rand, and you were like, here, let me show you a few minutes. I felt like it could have a wet blanket effect. So I mean, if there's things that we do like. Until I started seeing myself how I talked, I didn't think I was that exhausting to listen to. You know what I mean? So it's I didn't know how much I was pushing people away, even though I'm trying to make friends. I'm trying to play better with others. You know what I mean? So
Well, maybe, yeah, you're right. I probably should say more about the situation than I have. Yeah, you're right. I try to be very concise, but these are issues that need to be explicated a little bit more.
well, I feel
The
like
majority of people I have no interest in being friends with. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly right. Yeah.
well, possibly it would have been shorter and sweeter for me if you would have just said like, I'm not into Quentin Tarantino that much. I don't think he's terribly original, and
Well, I don't think.
he's got kind of violence porn, you know, like that's so I don't know.
No, I just thought it was an interesting article. That was really it. I mean, I'm not a big movies guy to begin with, but I did think that was an interesting article.
Yeah, well, so Ayn Rand wasn't like an eye opener for me by the time I read it. To me, she just caricaturized a little bit more absolutistically a handful of other thoughts on egoism and capitalism and yada yada, individualism and whatever. Like she had she tied it together and it had a nice glamour about it. So that when I read it, I was like, okay, I thought she was torture to read through. Her actual writing style. I liked her fiction. I liked her nonfiction, The Virtue of Selfishness, a lot better. and really it's just a handful of essays, and she gets to the point. She gets to the point a lot quicker. She's just like, look, in this situation, you know, if you're morally indifferent about this, then no, you're part of the problem. You're wishy-washy. And you know, even though I don't agree with the letter and the spirit or whatever of the entirety of what she's saying, I find a lot of her thoughts and styles of thought useful. Like I can apply that in my own words to, yeah, you know what I mean. So I don't know if that's what that lady's inspiration was for. Hey, I want to get out there. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I wouldn't want to tell her. Yeah, she writes rapey. I don't know. Pro selfishness. I don't know what the. You know what I'm saying. Quentin Tarantino movie critic article. So I just mean if you would have told if I so because I hear you say what you mean in different words when you're talking about, say, like the three things, or when you have an opinion on something, and it just sounds, I don't know, more fluid that way, and it's a lot more palatable. I don't know.
It's all about style. It's all about style. How well you pull it off. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. How are you?
I probably went to bed a little bit too late, about 12:30. Had about 6 standard drinks, which wasn't too bad, but still not great. You know, got home, slammed down a few, you know, the old sleeping potion. I'm not sure it works all that well these days. That's why I never keep spirits in the house. You know, stuff like whiskey, I just wouldn't be able to control myself. I find wine's a pretty easy one to keep tabs on.
What's your favorite kind of wine?
Oh, probably I'm not really. I don't think wine's actually a drink I like that much. But that's probably a good thing. If you go and drink something you don't, drink something alcoholic you don't like so much.
Well, I like wine. It makes me feel like Bacchus. It makes me feel classy. I don't know, but it's just got that religious glamour. You know, so many people, it's wine. I don't know. I like it. And it's slower to get drunk on. So, you know, it's a sipping thing. Makes me feel cool while I'm holding the glass, you know. So, yeah. I don't know. So I don't think I'm a misanthrope, but I'm becoming more comfortable more and more with being an anti-humanist.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I said people are complex things, you know. We live in a Faustian world, you know. You ever picked up on that, David? The character of Faust, there he is sitting in his study surrounded by all these books, and I've read all this shit. He says to himself, fuck it, especially the Bible, tosses that against the wall. I want some more excitement. I want more excitement. So he studies the magical arts and gets the imp. What was the imp's name again? Mephistopheles. And so that's the trouble. In the end, he thinks he can improve on his life with an outward power, and his subjective nature is still as fucked up as ever. And that's his problem. He doesn't realise that. He thinks if I've got the power, I can make my life better, but he only makes his life worse because he never fixed up his subjective nature. And that's modern humanity. I get this from this Rudolf Steiner dude. He did occasionally pick some good ones, and he pointed out, he claimed that to understand the Greco-Roman epoch, you look at Oedipus, but to understand the modern world, you look at Faust. And we are all Dr. Faustus now. All surrounded by power, too much power at our command, and our subjective nature hasn't matured enough. Does that sound good?
Sounds interesting. I've heard that put in different words. Yeah, our lives become too easy.
Well, there's too many choices as well. one of the huge advantages of a slightly less sophisticated world was you weren't spoiled for choices. You know, you're pretty happy if you got your scrap of bread for the day. It's, you know, have your scrap of bread, just enough to keep you alive for the day, and you go, hey, today is good. I was happy with a lot less, but now, you know, we've got everything and we're still unhappy.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary. I'm Chris.
Hi, Chris. Are we the only two joining tonight?
Oh no, there's Stephen and David. They're here with us. If you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were just discussing the state of things at the time, I guess, from one perspective.
Well, it's what annoys me when you hear the other guys are discussing authenticity like, it's a badge. Oh yeah, if I get this really cool badge called authenticity and slap it on my chest, I'm worth a few more points. That's the complete opposite of what authenticity is. You know, it's when people chase virtue. It's like, yeah, either you are or you aren't, is my attitude. You can't grab virtue externally and stick it on your chest. That only looks good, but it's not actually good. Yeah, you get what I mean?
Polishing your own ego.
Yeah. It's a choice.
Well, I think you're onto something too, because there's also, you know, our we've become too successful, at least us in our cultures. I mean, things are going well enough that we can afford to be talking on these Zoom chats online somewhat regularly. So they're not. We've got, you know, Western problems. You know, the virtues like a hobby or a sport. You know, it's kind of, look, I do this with my spare time, and you know, look at me. This is how I collect status symbols. Like, well, I do think to a certain extent, something you were saying earlier, I think about quite often, we would probably be happier if we had less choices. If we say had, I don't know, a way of doing things, you know.
Remember the squirrel that was chasing the nuts? Much to do about nutting, you know. Found himself some peanuts and he was happy. And then, you know, he saw something bigger, you know, walnuts. Oh man, forget the peanuts, walnuts. So he was spoiled for choices and it was screwing his life up.
Yeah. Well, I also think, you know, there's so much in this thought too, because it's like, you know, if for a system to work like your body, it's not good for any one component in the system to be doing as good as it possibly could be doing. You know, that's what technically a cancer is doing. It's trying to get more than what it just needs to get along. And
yeah, I couldn't say I know much. So that, yeah, well, what that's your perspective on the cancer, is it? It's decided it's going to do a Star Trek and go,
yeah,
trip beyond the galaxy sort of thing, is it?
The way a cancer works is it has too much life. Cancer is too much life. There's cells that don't die the way they're supposed to.
Oh,
that's
right.
The way cancer works.
There's supposed to be a limiter on cells.
Yeah, that's the way cancer works. It just doesn't die. That's a cancer cell. A cancer cell will not die. An ordinary cell is supposed to die. So that's how cancer works.
So
yeah.
This is
could I just jump in and ask you, what are we talking about as far as cancer goes? Like, what was the topic? You know, what was the point?
I think it's an open forum, and we were just kind of for free-for-alling it, and it just kind of went in that direction. We were talking about maybe one of the problems of life these days is we have too many choices. And I was saying, I was agreeing with Stephen, and I'm not wording it, I'm sure, the way he worded it, but I was saying another angle of looking at it is also if we're doing better than we need to be, you know, say that it's not necessarily best for us or for those surrounding us. If we, you know, like there's a certain kind of altruism in self-regulating yourself, not doing the best you possibly could be doing, because if you were, you would become cancerous. You know,
You would become what?
Cancerous, like because they brought up how David brought up how a cancer cell, you know, it doesn't die. Like it's called in cell life apoptosis, I believe, named after like Apophis, the god of death in Egypt. So there's like a timed cell death. And the thing is if a cell lives too long, if it's too successful, it starts to eat the resources of those around it. And I would argue that's a great argument for why we shouldn't be trying to prolong human lives indefinitely. We should be altruistic enough to bow out eventually and not, I don't know, but that's just a thought I play with occasionally.
Who's to decide when, you know, we should, I mean, you know, ever since life began, no matter what kind of creature you are, human or an animal, nature has set the time clock. Unless you have an accident or something like that, we usually have a lifespan. So what are we supposed to do? Die before our time because of to be altruistic? Is that what you're saying?
No. From this angle, I was just saying that I think nature's got a good enough time in store for us. I'm not trying to quicken it or.
Oh, what you were saying was that.
Like some people want to extend life. Like we could live 180 years if we, you know, figured out this part of the gene sequence that program.
I really don't believe that we can go against nature. I think it's beyond our power. It's more powerful than we are.
Well, I just mean.
And I know, and whenever we fool around with it, we muck it up. And like now that they want to put like AI into our brains, we have no idea what the outcome of that is going to be. And it's not going to be good. So, you know what? We are as smart as we are. Why isn't that good enough? You know, do we have to be gods? I mean, why isn't it good enough?
If we look around us, look around the world today, there's your answer. We're not smart enough. That's why we need AI. Now,
but AI is a machine.
AI is dangerous, just like any other.
Won't be human anymore. You know, I mean, humans, and this may be AI, may be the thing, but humans, like all species, are going to have their time length on this planet, and you know, we're going to become extinct too, and maybe we're going to be our own extinction.
Well, I often think of ants. You know, they're if you give them, they've been known to kill themselves by being such a successful strategy. When they've landed on an island, they ate all life because they have a very successful strategy, and they.
Who is that?
Ants. Like
ants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been known to happen, and I think that's very possible for humans. I mean, some would argue that's exactly what we seem to be headed towards.
Well, there's a lot of ants around. I mean, you know, just, I don't know.
My latest fantasy is I want to be on a pirate ship that's under the command of Donald Trump. Be surrounded by a scurvy crew and go raiding coasts with, you know, Donald Trump at the wheel of the pirate ship.
What does Donald Trump have to do with it?
Oh, yeah, I just think, yeah, he's a big man. You know, we need a big man as our captain, you know, a person to inspire confidence in the rest of the pirates, you know. I mean, I think Donald would be right there. He'd be, at the wheel, barking orders at all the pirates. And, it's just that sense of confidence you need in a leader. You need somebody who really believes that they're right all the time,
Yeah, but what about if the other people don't believe he's right? I mean, the thing is, there really are no leaders.
Oh, you mean if there's any pirates that don't believe in the captain, well, they have to walk the plank, don't they?
So you would have been a big supporter of Adolf Hitler?
Me?
No.
You're talking about me?
No, I'm talking about Stephen.
Adolf Hitler?
Yeah, I mean, he was very confident.
Charismatic.
And anybody that didn't agree with him, it's like, yeah, he killed them.
Well, I personally would like to be the captain of this pirate ship over Trump or Hitler. So I'll just throw that in. I don't think either of them would be as good of a captain of the pirate ship as I would be. I'm putting my well, because that's what
I don't think you're as charismatic as them.
Well, there's different kinds of charisma. The speaking in front of large crowds. Osho had his own style of charisma, and he did arguably great things with what he had at his disposal. So, no, you can. Moses supposedly had a lisp. I mean, you can have speech impediments, and you could even probably have Tourette's and be charismatic.
Yeah, charisma is a very superficial quality. You really need to back it up with substance.
Well,
I don't know about Hitler. Hitler was a very unusual persona. Very, very hard to figure out what was going on with Hitler.
He was very charismatic.
Yeah, it was obviously, that was it was Orwell, was it? Orwell was saying that, even looking at his picture in the book, you see this dog-faced little man, you just can't hate him. He's got to die, but you just can't feel malice towards him. He's got, even out of a photograph, some sort of power emanates.
You can see his speeches.
I never saw it. Personally, I never saw it. I mean, I'm looking back on history, so of course I'm not going to like the way he looks, I guess, because of what he could have been a good-looking man and still been evil, but I just thought he was ugly, and I didn't see any charisma. I didn't understand German, but he didn't look appealing to me.
I don't speak German. I know a few words. I think it was the tone of voice. When you listen to his speeches, he starts off with his few very low, few words, like, we've seen a lot, we've gone through a lot. And he had a way of building up into where he was just screaming, frothing at the mouth, and everyone was just there on the edge of their seats oh my God. And he knew how to
he was a showman.
Yeah, the people who loved him the most said he knew the secret souls of men. So he knew how to he knew how to activate even the darker sides of people's nature to get them really enthusiastic. Because that's what cult leaders and other people do. They give people permission to express their pent up dark sides in ways that can be channeled to at least their ends.
Well, I kind of wonder about human nature, because even earlier today, I was looking at I don't know, I have a phone, so I don't have a computer, but I guess it's the next best thing. And there was an article that 90,000 boys, now it's come out that 90,000 boys have been raped by the Boy Scout. The hell is that? Is this human nature? What is that? What's going on?
Well, they say the Catholic Church has been doing probably a lot more than that for a lot longer. So, yeah.
Oh no, I've had a bad experience myself with the Catholic Church. Probably more than once with any religions.
Well, I think
they're not out to help people.
Well, I think any power dynamic has vulnerabilities. It's even if you are sleeping with, say, your boss that you work with, I don't know, your job's at stake and your relationship too, to a certain degree. So anytime there's hierarchical relations, there's always the whether you want to call it incestuous or whatnot, boundary crossing potential for problems, you know. So I don't know, it just happens. People seem to be inclined by it regardless of it being a pretty explicit taboo. So I generally think any taboo or law or moral is there to tell people not to do something that people tend to do. So
I think
I'm not like, I think sometimes me and Ivan talk about this, and I don't know if we've ever gotten to it. I think this is what he talks about with a is ought problem. Just because things are that way doesn't mean things should be that way, but I might be wrong.
Who are you talking about?
I might be wrong.
Who were you?
Ivan.
Who?
Ivan, I was giving him a chance to verify if that's one way of interpreting this is ought problem. Because
no.
I think of like elephant seals. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, the short answer is no. That's not what I consider to be. I don't consider it to be directly relevant to the is-ought problem. What I was going to say is that when you have predatory people, those organizations are like ideal for predators to be able to harm children just by their structure. And then, you know, in the Catholic Church, you have the organization, and in the Boy Scouts to some extent, I think, you have the organization does not want to face responsibility. Like maybe, you know, they didn't deliberately create the situation, but they're kind of on the hook for the outcome, right? Because people are going to sue the Boy Scouts if there's abuse. So then the organization is not helpful in uncovering it and rooting it out potentially. So I think that's what happened in the Catholic Church too.
Well, in ancient Greece,
there's people that abuse their own children. What is that? You know, people abuse their own children. So, I mean,
a small number of people do that. A very small number.
How do you know? How do you know how many people are doing that? You don't know.
And plus, there's psychological kinds of abuse. I feel like some institutions don't even consider abuse. I mean, there's plenty of kids driven crazy without ever having a bruise laid on them. You know, so.
It's actually a interesting claim I've heard. You know, the local Indigenous people in Australia, you know, there's this guy who was a teacher, other lefty, you know, he believed in all the lefty tropes and the green tropes and everything else, but he went and taught to the remote Aboriginal community, and he was saying in the talk that he knew in that school that half the children had been abused by their elders. And I was just
Meaning their parents?
Apparently, in a lot of cases, yeah. It's just the sort of attitude.
It's horrible.
You know, this is the thing. He was a person who's really, really lefty and all in support of Indigenous people and all that. But then he comes out and he says, "Yeah, you know, I'm trying to teach these kids, and they've been damaged." So it's a betrayal of trust.
You know, it's so weird because we could talk about morality and ethics and stuff like that. And, you know, the priest can get up on the pulpit and talk about some morality and stuff like that. But then it's just talk because they don't really follow it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but there are some of them that, you know, they're not following their own
So I thought
there's a news flash: Christians are hypocrites. News at 11.
Well,
don't you think that's true of any religion, though?
Well, I was about to throw in moralities too. So,
I think it's just human nature or something.
No, well, any rule you come up with, it's because people do it, and you want them not to do it. So it's something that happens, and it's not necessarily yay, we should celebrate that we do this. But I mean, some people have. So like there's and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't advocate any of these, but I'll just bring them up to I don't know, open up some possibilities in the conversation. So there's like the boy lovers movement, I believe, that are older men that say, you know, some of their best initiatory experiences into homosexuality were with older men. Often it's either like a friend of the dad or an uncle or something like that. But they say no, they want boys like as young as like 13 or 14, and the age of consent should be changed to that so that they're not
So
monsters.
who are we? I mean, who
Well,
are we? Because
well, I
I grew up thinking that we were way different than, as I'm getting older now, I see the something that's just not right. To, you know,
We might be a tribe of chimpanzees.
So-
Slightly another variety of chimpanzee.
like there's tribes of people.
I think chimpanzees are probably more moralistic than we are.
No, I don't think so. I think they.
I bet you they're not raping their children.
Well, so I was gonna say there's ancient Greeks. I mean, that's just an example. So a lot of people will say, "Oh, I'm gonna discredit the argument of this guy because he's evil. He's pro whatever eugenics or pro something evil, like pro Nazism or something." But the thing is that's technically a logical fallacy. You know, Ted Bundy could arguably make logical statements that are still true. So the thing is if we live by, say, ancient Greek philosophy, they were boy lovers and openly boy lovers. Like it was.
So
Well,
in other words, you're saying that this is human nature. It's always been human nature. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm citing examples where they don't think that it's a problem. Like
Yep.
I can't remember the name of the tribe, but there's a tribe of the men. In order to initiate the boys into men, they think that the boys won't become men or go through puberty unless they swallow the semen of the older men. And the thing is they do this in an apprenticeship into manhood over the course of about a year. And afterwards, they're men and they don't do this anymore. And they even have strict taboos against homosexuality. They say this is, in their superstitious minds, a form of altruism. And they think they're doing harm to their kids by not giving them the opportunity to do this. So I'm just saying, citing an example, just because there is a lot of shared values in a lot of Western culture, there's been examples where it wasn't a problem, and they life went on. You know, life, like, it didn't end life, and they didn't consider it a trauma. They considered it like a quinceanera or a birthday party or something.
I don't think you see any animals doing this. You know, we have the big brain and we're doing such terrible things, but animals seem to just, you know, live their life.
So I was going to talk about the elephant seal. The elephant seal, they have harems. And the thing is, the older males that are bigger and stronger than the younger males, they bully their way into having the most females, and there's no females left over for the younger, not as big and strong elephant bulls. So they go off to the younger males, the younger boys, and do them in the butt. And it's bloody and it's traumatic and it's horrible, but it happens. And it's also,
I never heard that.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
Yeah, elephant seals. Plus also
even birds, right? Like birds will throw out their young if they, you know, think the young is not as strong as the others. There are birds.
No, I've seen shows where they try to save them. They do the best that they can. Like, let's say a baby elephant is stuck in the mud and they can't get it out, and all of the elephants get together and try to save that baby.
Right, but birds,
pretty amazing.
Among birds, it's common for birds to throw the infants out of the nest, the weakest infant. I mean, there are many examples in nature of animals doing extremely cruel things.
And even among humans, like Spartans were known for killing babies that didn't live up to their criteria of robustness.
The thing is, though, that humans are flexible. Like we're not just genetic machines, right? We have complex
development,
and we have complex societies. It's not something that's
I saw something really amazing. I used to have in my backyard a family of crows, and there was a crow, and they were gorgeous. I think they were ravens because they were huge, like seagulls. And one of them had a deformed leg, so he could only walk on one leg. And that leg was thicker than a normal leg because he, I guess, had to use it all his strength. But what I noticed was his family would let him eat first before they would eat because they knew he was handicapped. I thought that was really amazing.
So, well, there's different strategies amongst animals and also individuals. Like there's stories of, say, the lion and the deer. That let the lion cub nurse for a few days at its tit or whatever. Like there's strange anomalies that happen a lot of time that are exceptions to the norm, and there are some creatures that have a more altruistic or other centric approach to how they live their lives, and they are willing to make sacrifices to wait for the slower one to catch up, or other kinds of situations. But human nature is like a great example of, look, you can think of examples even within a society that supposedly shares similar values of mothers having widely different strategies. Some, we hear of the trash can babies, and then there's also the other segment of society that says we need to adopt these abandoned babies. So even within the same society, you have the extreme, such extreme differences in strategies that happen. And every society has its definition of what's right or wrong. I guess I was just teasing out a little bit earlier, if we're talking about, things being taken for granted as being wrong, like, I don't know, there's ways of looking at a lot of what we can call a problem and not being a problem. So I don't know.
But what are we doing here? Why are we here?
What do you mean, like in the Zoom chat, or
just
like
by accident?
In general?
Or, yeah, because like the thing is, let's say like you're here and you're rich and you don't have to work and you can just, entertain yourself all the time. But I think that's got to be boring. And if you're not rich and you've got to work all the time and you don't have much relaxation time, and then like, so what are we here for? Like, what is our purpose? What's like, there should be a higher purpose, I think.
Well, I think possibly in previous times when life was a little bit harder, we didn't have the luxury of worrying about that so much. I think one of the things Stephen was possibly hinting at, he was saying it in different words maybe, or this is maybe how I was reading it. He was saying we have too many options these days. Like we have the luxury of sitting back saying, what should be my purpose, or what is, or let me find out. I don't know. In the heat of
it was a theme in a story by Richard Matheson, The Incredible Shrinking Man. That he shrank down and, he's spending his time fighting spiders and stuff like that for survival, but he never felt better because, he's had all these challenges, and he was winning.
I always think of Joe versus the volcano. He's used to being a firefighter, constant danger and purpose, and he's doing good, and then he's got a desk job and he's constantly thinks he's sick and hypochondriac. No, I think, yeah, like it's not until he has the opportunity to leap into a volcano to save these people, the Waponis. Yeah.
Did he actually, I forgot how it ended. Did he actually jump into the volcano?
Well, I think they were kind of using the trope of the person who's willing to die. You can't in good conscience let the character die. So there was a little Deus Ex Machina at the end. It's a happy ending. I like watching it.
It was a happy ending?
Yeah, it's a good feel-good
movie. The thing is, like, why are we here? What are we supposed to be doing?
Well, I mean,
there's no purpose. We're here as a result of evolutionary biology.
Well, you don't know that for sure.
We do know.
it's
Oh, you know, you're a Gnostic. You know what the church does to Gnostics, don't you?
What does it do?
The church punishes Gnostics when it can. Doesn't like these
I thought that
know-it-alls.
the church wants you to be a Gnostic.
So
Why I like having you around, Stephen. You make me laugh.
So, well, evolutionary theory is the best theory. I think it makes the most parts of the crime scene make the most sense, but I don't think anyone knows with what's going on. So, like that, I think, like it's a good argument against atheists is that they're not skeptical anymore. They've become true believers.
True believers in nothing.
Well, there's evolution. There's the force behind it. You know?
Well, here's our Lord and Master, Friedrich Nietzsche, the son of the great god Heidegger. He felt there were 4 good points in Christianity. Not that they were necessarily true, but he found that potentially they were useful. He said Christianity, it granted man an absolute value as opposed to his smallness and accidental occurrence in the flux of becoming and passing away. How's that grab you? That's the first one. He's got 4 points altogether. So he's implying there the whole thing with Christianity is at the end of the day, no matter how small you are and insignificant you are, you have a soul and you are precious to God. And no man can stand between your soul and God, unless they're the Pope, of course, and you're a Catholic. But so, you know, that's the thing. We wonder if we have any value, but according to Christianity, we do. Now, Nietzsche's not saying that this view is right, but he just suggests, yes, it could be a useful belief, to believe that we are worth something.
Well, we need, I think, in order to be healthy as social mammals, a framework of self-esteem that I don't think evolution gives us other than what happens in forms similar to Nazism. You know, I mean, Nazism was pretty openly predicated on Darwinian thought, even though a lot of it was misunderstood, a lot of it was misapplied, but it was a survival of the fittest philosophy.
Well, you've got an important point. Next time you see the humanists celebrating Darwin Day, go in and say, are you guys Nazis, are you? Because, you know, that was the Nazi philosophy, Darwinism.
No, well, Nazi.
No, hang on. This is just.
Yeah.
So there's a confusion here between social Darwinism, which is the idea that the fittest human or the fittest society is the one that should dominate all of the others and destroy them, right? That is a moral philosophy that is not scientific. It's just something that if it appeals to you, like it appealed to the Nazis, then you could push for it. And that's what Adolf Hitler did, to the point that when he was in his bunker and his army was essentially defeated, he thought that his men, the remaining Germans, should die in the streets of Berlin because they were failures. Like, that's what he believed, right?
Earth's evolution is full of such circumstances.
Well, look, I think Hitler was trying to answer what Nietzsche was saying was the problem with the death of God. He came providing a new religion called National Socialism. And it was social Darwinism, but it was based on principles of Darwinism. It was the way I'm misinterpreting the Izzat problem. He was saying because things are this way, this is the way things should be, and we're going to be the strongest and the mightiest and the fittest and on top. And that'll be our self-esteem, and everyone's going to be ranked accordingly. And listen, I like Walter Kaufmann because he works hard to separate Nietzscheism from Nazism and to show that his sister, kind of after he went insane, she used his words and misappropriate them. But the fact is that I don't think you can completely understand Nazism without understanding Nietzscheanism, because even in Nietzsche, and I can even read the thing, he talks about exactly what it is about Judaism that has the effect of being a mediocre, I don't know what I can find the passage, I've got it dog-eared, but he calls it like the effect that it has is to promote liberalism. And that's what he singled out as being the thing behind like the cosmopolitan Judaism that was the behind the international financial whatever. So it has everything to do with how Nietzsche said, if God's dead and we've lost our meaning, what are we going to do to replace this?
But the point is that evolutionary biology is a scientific theory which has been proven true as strongly as the fact that the Earth is a globe has been proven true. Okay, that's different from taking something that happens in nature and saying that's what we ought to do. That's the way we ought to structure society, because that's not what humanists are saying at all. Humanists are saying that, okay, evolutionary biology is how we got here, but what we value is human freedom, human freedom of thought, liberalism, humanitarianism. Those are the things that humanists value, which are the opposite of what the Nazis were talking about.
Well, I think the ways in which possibly the way I think, and maybe I don't know how he thinks about them, but what he was talking about earlier about how I think possibly the problem we have today is having too many options. Another way of saying it's too many freedoms, too many, like, because to me, freedom isn't a useless word, but it's got certain specific context. There's the freedom to do something, and usually when it means permission to do something when we're talking about it in like a political sense. And in that sense, most of the freedoms we have are to mess up. Like and that's great to a certain degree in that we can learn from our mistakes, but a lot of people don't. Giving us the freedom to do our own thing isn't necessarily the best for us. And I don't know, I think we do have too many options, that there are some tried and true ways of going about life that are more fulfilling than others, and that they shouldn't, yeah. I'm going too far off on that, but just that I don't think
this is taken care of, right? So for example, we no longer have absolute freedom to not wear a seatbelt. There are laws. You have to wear a seatbelt because it's good for you. And if you don't, then you can be fined, right? It's not something where you'll go to prison for not wearing your seatbelt generally. But, so our system takes care of that.
Yeah, but that's just it. Because for insurance premiums, because they don't want to pay up. Look, it would be one thing if we were all a tight-knit community, if we were all a well-bonded society and we shared common values with each other because we didn't necessarily have the freedom to just think whatever strange thing that we wanted to, then it would be really easy to say, hey, don't do that, because when you do that, it's a drain not just on you, but on all of us. And also, I care about you. So I don't want to waste the energy sad or helping you recover from the things that you do that are bad for you. But it's way more inhumane seatbelt wise. Like I think we can care about each other and not have to wear our seatbelt. I mean, it's one thing to require people to have a driver's license because what you're doing is dangerous to others. But if you've only got yourself at stake, we're not a tight-knit community, and I don't know. There is a certain argument that you have the right to destroy yourself if it's not a harm to anyone else, So,
but it's harmful to other people in general if people die needlessly, right?
But that's just, people should be allowed to throw away their lives.
You can. There's nothing stopping you from undoing the seatbelt and driving your car into a tree.
Yeah, but I'm going to get fined for it.
No, you won't, because you'll be dead.
No, well, people sometimes survive. It depends on how fast you're going. There's certain.
Okay, I don't think they're going to send you $100 ticket when your medical bill is going to be, $100,000. Why bother?
Well, he made a very good point before when he said that it makes me think now. He said it had to do with the insurance companies, because, if you're not wearing a seatbelt and then you have to go to the hospital and whatever, and the insurance company has to pick up the bill, they don't want that. So they'd rather you wear a seatbelt. And not have as much damage or no damage, and it won't cost them. They'll still be able to. And
that's not the reason, because the insurance companies can just raise their premium if that's the issue. The
premiums are exorbitant. They can only raise them as much as the market will allow, because if people can't afford to pay those premiums, they're not going to get insurance.
That's not why the law exists. The law exists because there were lots of cases of people dying unnecessarily. I've been in several accidents and walked away because I wore a seatbelt. Without a seatbelt, I might well be dead today. So people
but you also saved money for the insurance companies.
Well, that might be a nice bonus, but that's not the reason the law was passed. The law was passed because lawmakers who are like you and I, like let's say we're lawmakers and people come to us and say, look, all these people are dying unnecessarily. Can we coerce people, gently coerce them? Like there's a small probability if you don't wear a seatbelt that you'll get a ticket. But can we coerce people to wear a seatbelt and save their lives?
No, but that's just it. That's just it. People should be allowed to throw away their lives.
They can.
People should be allowed. Okay, so this is where I'm playing devil's advocate against my own argument earlier. If we're going to play the freedom argument, then people should be allowed to throw away their lives. It's like saying suicide is against the law, or it's like a more extreme example would be, let's keep the prisoners in Guantanamo Bay from committing suicide. We're going to keep them alive against their will. So, I mean, you're taking away a certain right, a certain liberty. Like, if you have no choice about living, well, then it loses a certain amount of worth to you. Like,
this is most of the people who are dying because they weren't wearing seatbelts weren't doing it because they were trying to commit suicide and they figured this was a good way of doing it. They were doing it because they were just being careless. They didn't want to die. They wanted to be able to walk away from accidents, but they didn't because they weren't wearing a seatbelt. If they want to kill themselves, that option is still open to them. They can drive down off a cliff or jump off a bridge, whatever.
Okay, so I once, right, and I'm sorry, this is a bit of self-disclosure, so I want to tell you a story. I once choked on my own toenail. All right, it went down my breathing tube. Okay, and I thought I was chewing on it, so it's nasty, and I'm sorry. That's the nasty part of the story I'm telling you about. And I choked on it, so it's embarrassing to me. And the thing is that 150 years ago, there was not the technology to have saved my life from this. I would have died from this 150 years ago. But the thing is so I know that, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad to be alive, and I take for, and I don't take for granted the kind of, stupid monkey idiocy that could have killed me from chewing and choking on my own toenail. But I didn't die, and I'm lucky. I don't think it's a virtue that I'm alive. I think I'm lucky that I'm alive. So I'm saying that, like, I don't know. I think there are two. If we were talking originally, if this whole conversation started originally about possibly people are living longer than they are as compared to like cell death, if this can be compared to like altruism, where we shouldn't be living too long, I think there's an argument that it's better for society, that possibly I should have died and that I'm lucky. And that people who are careless with their lives.
You do this a lot, and you describe it as being devil's advocate, and you say there is an argument for. I would like to suggest a new rule.
Look. Okay, sorry.
In which, like, being rational is not a matter of saying I have an argument. Being rational, a rational case for X is not I have an argument for X. It is that the balance of all arguments is in favor of X.
Well, I think I've gone down that rabbit hole enough for you that I think that I do think the majority, the net weight, the center of gravity of my arguments do say, yeah, you should let the people who die in accidents from not wearing their seatbelts die from not wearing their seatbelts in car accidents. I don't think charging a fine for it is making that difference. I don't think, so Yeah.
But that's provably false, right? We can look at the statistics on how many people wear seatbelts, and it is much, much higher than it was. In the 50s, you could die and have brain damage from a 15-mile-an-hour crash.
But this is where I say we've got too many checks against our own deaths. I think the same way that ants, overconsume their resources, I think we're doing that to ourselves by not being a little bit friendly to shit happens. And that it's okay that a handful of us die, and we shouldn't be trying to fight the battle of the inches to prevent every possible scenario that someone could die from.
Human population isn't booming because of life as we live it in the United States. United States population, if it were not for immigration, would be falling, not increasing.
Yeah.
Right? It's actually when there's more danger, when there's a greater chance of a loss of life, that we breed faster.
I've heard the argument from Buckminster Fuller that there's a certain level of affluence that when you're below the poverty rate, when you're starving, there's like a built-in biological mechanism that says breed more, play it quantity over quality game. You want to put out as many kids as you can, and you can't afford to take care of them. Whereas the more affluent you are, but this is the idiocracy argument. All right, the better and smarter, the more resources you have at your disposal, and the smarter you are, the more picky and choosy you are about reproducing. And there's a very dangerous and obvious kind of offset. I mean, whether you want to call it Pareto principle or idiocracy, that just we're allowing too much of the wrong kind of proliferation of life to be yeah. There's too many of us, and life is a lot cheaper than. So look, like there was a kid I went to school with. All right, he punched me in the nose when we were in middle school. I might have been saying something messed up. I might have deserved the punch in the nose. I don't remember that part. I remember the punch in the nose, and I thought, I don't like him. He's a bully. He's taller than me, and he's got a longer reach than me, right? So I'm going to stay away from him. And I heard a few years later in high school, he jumped off the Congress Bridge in town, right? And hit the water in a funny way and died and drowned. I mean, I don't know him. I don't know what his life was like. He punched me in the nose. And, it's like this other guy, Carl Antones, he ran a business in town. Everyone talked about him. Oh, he's such a great guy. He runs this club. And, he was an asshole to me. All right. When he came into the restaurant, he walked right past me, the host, and took a seat that people had been waiting a half hour for because he thought he was better than everyone else. I thought he was an asshole. When he died, I thought, yeah, he died of a heart attack because he was a fat, greedy fuck. And I think that's a perfectly legitimate, for me, thing to relish joy in. And his friends, I wouldn't say that to their face too. His good friends, I wouldn't say that to their face. Why? They got a whole different side of him where him being gone would be painful, but it's just not that way for me. So, I mean, if I don't know that you're friends with Carl Antones, I'm sorry. It's not my goal to offend you, but you don't know the guy. So me knowing the guy, he was an asshole, but to his best friends, he was probably much more than an asshole. So I just don't, human life doesn't just intrinsically have value to me, which is why I can argue that I'm not a humanist, that I think I care more about having resources for my children and their progeny and my friends than just, oh, that's the way it is when things are harder. So, I don't know. Did we lose Steven? I mean, I guess I'm cold and heartless and callous. I don't know. What do you think, David?
I'm still here. It's getting a bit boring, actually.
Well, I mean, I think you should elect me the leader of your pirate ship.
Yeah, well, that's just what I want to be. I want to be on a pirate ship with Donald Trump at command.
Well, this is
I think he's a suitable leader, and we'll sail and scour the horizons and waylay ships and ravage coasts and have a really good time.
Don't I sound like a much more fun pirate captain to have the Donald Trump? Come on. Have you heard what I've been saying? Like, it would be
No way. Donald Trump's the man. He's the dude. He's the commander. He's the leader.
He's not even someone you can vote for in your country. Like, how can you even? Why does it matter? That's like me saying I think the Queen's the shit. You know, like what is it? What's it really mean? So I don't know. I don't think I'm a horrible person for that, Ivan. I don't. I feel like I'm not wasting energy on things that aren't going to make me or the world better.
So when you read a story in the paper about someone who is a victim of, in an accident, right? And they, people talk, you see, the family of the person upset. It doesn't affect you. Don't really. You go,
look, I've seen
terrible. I wish we could prevent this from happening.
I know too many people. I've met too many people. I've had close friends of mine dying of cancer, and I said, you know what? I can't go to his benefit and pay $20. I'm worried about my sister dying of cancer. He was a good friend of mine, but no, the guy who was living with him thought I was a monster because I was like, sorry, I'm not going to see him. I'm not going to inflict the extra suffering on myself. I love him and I care about him, and you can tell him that, but I'm not going to go there. When I see an accident on TV, if it's someone I don't know, I don't lose sleep about it. Once in a blue moon, I see someone who I recognize and I think, oh shit, I knew that person. Okay. I've known a lot of people I haven't become friends with. I haven't made in groups with a lot of people. The people that I have made in groups with, yeah, if I find out my best friend Ben died since the last time I've seen him, it's going to take the wind out of me, and it's going to take a few days to recover from that. And I'm not going to be able to go to the coffee shop that we hang out at for a really long time, So it's just like I care about my dog. I love my dog. I've imprinted on my dog. But the dogs that they use for food in China, I would probably try it if I visited, So it's just I only have so much time and energy to care about a certain amount of people in a way that actually will affect my life and possibly the greater world for the better. And I want to focus on where I can.
Would you, if you went to a culture where they ate people, would you try it?
This is exactly what I told Ivan last time I saw him was, yeah, if it was legal.
You would.
If it was legal, I would love to. I like exotic and different things. If I didn't know the person and didn't have to meet the family or anything like that, like especially if he was like a criminal or there was like justified reasons behind it, like they call it long pork in some cultures.
Long pork.
Yeah.
That sounds like really perverse.
Well, I usually when I preface, I usually don't volunteer that, but you asked, and like I usually preface it with, I've actively tried.
I mean, that's just my opinion. But
well, I appreciate your honesty. I don't think that you're, yeah, I don't think you hate me because of it, but I'm okay with being called a pervert. So, but I've actively, so I like thinking for myself. Just because someone says it's taboo, some reason for some, like whether they say it's taboo or evil, doesn't mean I'm going to do it, but I've thought about it.
You know what? It's not a matter of somebody saying it. It's just the idea of it. It's like your own internal feeling about it. It's not that, there has to be a law, but I'm sure there are things in this world that turn you off, even if there's a law about it or not. No, I mean, you can't say that everything's okay.
No, well, I don't want a lot of things happening to me that I can see myself or my friends doing.
But what about other people? Don't you care about other people?
Well, that's what I was just saying. I care about specific people I've made relationships with, but I don't just care about strangers. I don't know who they are. There's 9 billion of them. I'm not going to sit around thinking, oh, I care about these people I've never met. Like there's just too many of them. It's illogical, and I don't even know how I could. I would have to start thinking in stereotypes and in classes and start who do I
No,
care
but
about?
we all know what love is. I mean, well, maybe we all don't know what love is, but there's a feeling, and not everybody has it. And if you have that feeling, I mean, if we as a species could really care about other people that we don't know, I think this would be a beautiful place to live. But you know, the Buddhists say that all life is suffering.
Well, I'm definitely not a Buddhist. I like a lot about Buddhism and Stoicism and Zen. I care a lot about having.
But you can see it.
Well, here. Look,
I mean, you have moments of entertainment, but
no, well, look, I have.
I
love,
think that
I have love.
the
in
bottom
my,
line is love.
Well, I have love in my heart. I love specific individuals. I love my dog. I love my family. I love some people more than others, like my friend Ben. I probably love him as a person more than anyone else in the world. But I don't just love everyone. I don't just love every creature. I'm not that kind of, I don't believe in that part of Buddhism. I love life. I love the whole of life, even the ugly and the taboo and the evil parts of it. So I just don't love everyone in it. I don't love every single part of it. You know.
Well, then you better quit biting your toenails.
I have not since. So
okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's like, so I like a handful of exceptional either scenarios or cultures. You know, the Maori culture is one I like a lot. I like a lot of their rituals. It revolves around being terrifying cannibals. You know, there's a story of, you know, an early missionary in New Zealand heard a Maori warrior taunting the preserved head of an enemy chief in the following fashion. You wanted to run away, did you? But my war club overtook you, and after you were cooked, you made food for my mouth. And where is your father? He is cooked. And where is your brother? He is eaten. And where is your wife? There she sits, a wife for me. And where are your children? There they are, with loads on their backs, carrying food as my slaves. In Maori warfare, decapitation marked the beginning, not the end, of a vanquished warrior's humiliation. And to me, there's a part of me that knows I would thrive in that kind of society. Like, that they think one of the worst insults you could do to someone is shitting them out. And I mean, they thought about this. They have like religious rituals about what they do with their, so it's just, yeah, I'm a different kind of guy, and I've worked hard to be different. So I've been getting better at trying to exercise tact in how I say these things. And one of the best ways is through citing examples. So like, one of the ways I first got to know Ivan was in reference to this Star Trek episode called Darmok, which is about what two people were willing to do to establish communication with each other, two cultures on first contact, or because they spoke such different languages, they had to go through this ordeal with each other. And so it reminds me of a story of one of James Cook's encounters with the Maori, where the first time they tried to meet each other, they had an encounter and they got into a fight and people were killed on both sides. So the next time they went, they said, let's kidnap a couple of the Maori alive. And they took them back to their ship and they fed them and they entertained them and they treated them well and they pampered them and they sent them back. So they were willing to suffer deaths as though it were a worthwhile expenditure in something more worthwhile. Two cultures coming in contact with each other. And they had to kidnap a guy and then party with him and then send him back to say, hey, we don't speak your language yet, but tell them we don't mean any harm. We're partied with you. So like, we were willing to do this with cannibals once upon a time. And I just think it's a worthwhile mentality to keep our mind open to being tolerant of other cultures. Even if I say that, I'm not saying I'm actively going out of my way to care about everyone that doesn't have an impact on my life, you know? So.
Can I jump in here for a sec, just really quick? Hi, Ivan. It's good to see you. And it's good that you have heart. You know, everything is determined by what's in your heart. And what I wanted to bring up is, hi, Mary, I've never met you, but
Hi.
I'm Ava. I guess you guys are talking about, well, a variety of topics, but I wanted to bring up this guy. He's a king. His name is Ashoka, and he lived in India. And it's about the human condition, you know, like he slaughtered tens of thousands of people. And then he had kind of like an enlightenment. And before he died, he became a great ruler because he accepted Buddhism. And what he did was, and this is a true story, I'm not making it up. He, along the roads, just like the Romans, you know, he had monuments with quotes, you know, Buddhist quotes. And he did a lot. So he did 180. He went from being a tyrant and a killer to becoming a beloved leader of the people. And it wasn't something that anybody did to him. It's just that life led him to a point where we had this enlightenment. And I guess what you guys are talking about is everybody has an opinion, you know, about others, you know, like I've noticed that people who grew up in India in the extreme poverty that is in India today, their view of the world has to do with material things. Everything is, and I'm generalizing, not all, you know, just most are affected by the environment that they live in, the extreme poverty. So to them, stuff is more important than just about anything, you know, having things.
Survival too, right? What about survival?
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about, you know, how the values people have that they cherish, you know, someone who might have grown up with massive amounts of wealth may not care that much about it. And, you know, I'm generalizing, you know, but anyway, I guess the human condition is the problem. And
That is the problem.
When you realize that, you know, like this Christopher, he was talking about just caring about his own needs and not really being concerned about what other people do, which I think he's a generalization. I'm sure he cares about some things other people do, because you can't live in a world in isolation. We're dependent on each other, you know, a tremendous amount. So, but I think the extent to which you can extend your life to someone else, your life is improved, because we create our own environment. And, you know, people don't actually realize that until the moment that they die. You know, when they're dying, they're able to.
I don't think that's true, because things happen to us against our will that we have no control over. And
what do you mean?
Because well, we don't always have free will. Things happen to us that we have no control over. Like before, someone was talking about cancer. You could get cancer. You have no control over that. And
well, you know, that's debatable, but I know cancer, you know why? Because your lifestyle determines whether or not you have the genetic profile that what makes you.
In some cases that might be true, but in other cases, nobody knows why.
Like for example,
let's say you have a car accident. It might not be your fault, but you know, things happen to us. That's not our free will.
You don't think being in the wrong place at the wrong time is your fault?
No, because you can't foresee the future. So if you go somewhere, let's say you go to a party and you're looking forward to a good time, and then there's a fire at the party and people get burned or something happens terrible, you know, that's not your fault. You didn't anticipate that.
Well, that's one way to look at it. And I'm not going to say you're you know, that's not the way I feel about it, Mary, because you know why? Because let's see, let's just take somebody who's really.
Well, that's philosophical question. Do we have free will or do we not? And I don't think we do. On certain things we do, but all in all, I don't think we do.
Well, the idea is that I believe we have free will and that we are responsible for our lives. And, I could.
We're also responsible for other people.
Correct.
Creatures.
Yes.
And we're not really doing a good job.
Right.
So that's where I argue that other people are not my responsibility. There are a few people I care about that I take a little bit of responsibility on for myself, but they're also, I give them the room to make the mistakes they want to if they insist on them, if I say that I don't think that's the best for them because I care about them. But,
and you know what? Nobody can make you care about other people. But from my vantage point, I think I would rather care about other people. Only because here's the thing. It gives me the freedom to have the steering wheel to my own destiny. You know what I mean? I don't have to rely on someone else for salvation. And, having the ability to have compassion, and, they're using that word a lot now, compassion. And like even mercy, like a lot of Christians don't have any mercy. Mercy means that you're able to, in spite of the evil someone commits against you, you're able to forgive them and to help them and to save them at the cost of your own existence. That is true mercy. But why would somebody do that? Do you think they're stupid? No, because they know that the reward is way bigger than the challenge.
Well, I'm definitely not a Christian, but I don't know if you heard earlier. I did say that I care. I love my life, and I love life in general. I think life is awesome. And I think it's a beautiful and grotesque mystery that's awesome and terrifying. And I'm glad to be part of it and consumed by it. I have friends. I was mentioning, my best friend Ben, and I love my dog and my family and a handful of other people. I have a few friends that I call friends, but I don't get to see them very often, especially this year. But for example, one reason I've been getting into these Zoom chats are because I want to practice my social skills so that I can make more friends. And one part of that is just if they're going to be friends, I feel like I've got to be honest about who I am and how I really think and feel about things. And I feel like I'm making more progress in the direction of making friends when people disagree with me, because I feel like they're actually they're actually understanding me for what I'm really saying. Because I do often mean it in a way that people disagree with me on. But I just wanted to correct. I wasn't saying that I don't have love or care. I don't think it's worthwhile to me to just expand the arenas in which I spend it. To me, it's a limited resource that I think should be spent wisely on. I've cared about a lot of people that I don't think I should have cared about. Like my life would have been better if I hadn't have given them the time of day and let them have access to my feelings. Now, so I feel like I've learned to be this not as caring, because I think I spread myself too thin and kind of had issues in defining boundaries by thinking everyone had a right to my time when they don't. So I think it's very important to look at people who aren't someone who's paid the dues of becoming trustworthy in my book, the time of day. Like people don't just automatically have respect or intrinsic worth or value to me. Like I've got to have an excuse to develop a relationship with you. And so that's one thing I'm doing online. I'm trying to develop the kind of interactions with others that makes me care about them more. Of all of the people on here, I care about some more than others, and I'd like having more people to care about because I think it's a worthwhile investment in myself and hopefully in them. And yeah, I can dream and hope that it has a greater effect on the wider world around me, and even if it doesn't come back to me. I do like entertaining the thought that I'm making the world a better place, and that it involves the honesty of saying, I don't think it's right for people to feel responsible about everyone and the world and to care about a lot of things that aren't something we have most things aren't things we have direct control over. So just, I believe in a kind of good. I've got to qualify it, and I've got to make sure we're on the very specific same page if I'm going to use it meaningfully. But no, I think life is worthwhile, and I haven't just given up on mankind. I don't care about the masses that I haven't met. It's an abstract clump of.
Maybe this could be an interesting intro to another. How do you connect meaningfully with other people? That's always been a question I've been asking, because it's not just about you have common interests, but what is it that connects? What's the nature of friendship? I've been thinking about that for many years now. What is it that draw two people together? Any thoughts on that?
Chemistry.
Yeah, but that's just another word for the same thing.
What?
I think when you have common interests and encounter each other enough that you begin to care about each other's welfare, because it may initially start from thinking you'll accomplish your common interests better or easier with each other, but I think it becomes an end in itself eventually. That person becomes like an extension of you.
I think
they're like a part of you.
I think it's probably quite subjective. I've had friends that I enjoyed spending time with for different reasons. Frequently, it would be we have a common sense of humor, so we'll laugh at the same things. Sometimes it's that, people are witty and clever, and that's something that, maybe they have a slightly cheeky sense of humor or something while being witty about it. That's one of the things that I enjoy in my close friends. But I'm sure it's different for different people, right? There's some people maybe you're very friendly with because you can confide in them.
I suspect it has something to do with the nature of the will in a person. And that's not something that's readily apparent to the conscious mind. You click with somebody because you perhaps have almost a common destiny, you might say, a common will.
Do you have an example, something more concrete?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying the reason you'll click with certain people isn't based on a mass of information. You could just walk up to somebody and bang. So it's not. It's something that's inbuilt. It's not something that you've created a number of associations with. It's automatic. Electricity happening there. It's a.
I think
now I'm saying and I hate saying people saying
Because I've had experiences where someone will give me a lot of eye contact, appear very interested in me and giving me a lot of attention, and I find that flattering, and so that creates a connection. But I don't believe in the supernatural.
Well, Ivan, you're a rationalist who endeavours to rationalise everything, although it's a misfortune, actually, because the one thing that struck me is most people don't even understand what rationalism means. It's fascinating. They couldn't even, come up with a definition of what rational is.
I've just written a book to that exact effect.
And?
Okay, how would you define rationality?
I'll define rationality by the very meaning of the word. It means to measure. And when we're rational, we simply in a sense, almost arbitrarily take a value and measure other values against it. Like, evil man, we grab Hitler and say, oh, that's our high mark of evil. So how do other people measure up to it? And to me, that's what rationality is.
So rationality has to be quantitative?
Well, it can be qualitative. I mean, is something, is green a quantity or is it a quality?
Well, so if you take rationality from the root of ratio, all right, it's about proportions and it's about comparisons. When it comes to quality, quality is a measure, it's a grade and a ratio between these quantities being compared. So depending on the relationship between the proportions, you've got a different quality going on.
I'll put it this way, that in physics, in the phenomenal world, we use physics to measure the world. We make measurements. We literally make mathematical measurements of the material or phenomenal world. Now, to me, rationalists are people who believe that they can take this form of measurement into the metaphysical, into the mind. And so rationalists will actually claim, well, this idea is valid and this idea is crap. So that's, they're measuring the comparative value of ideas. Our world's dominated by rationality, and Nietzsche deserted it. He turned his back on rationality and went in the opposite direction.
I don't think the world is dominated by rationality. I think rationality claims the title of the crown of the world, but really it's not. I think it's a pretty little flower on a much larger organism. I think it's very useful and it's essential. It's one of the more important parts of a bigger system, but it's just it's a tool, you know. It's a skill, but it's not something we can do constantly, and it's something we can only do in a limited measure. It's that thin film on the very front of our brain that supposedly makes us special compared to the other monkeys and mammals. You know,
I don't know if you can readily define limits in everything. You tend to do a lot of that, Chris. You think you know the limits.
Thank you.
Not that I know what the limits are, but I don't expect there's many human beings who are wise to what the exact limits are.
Well, so I find your challenging and edgy style refreshing. I don't know where you stand on anything. If you do, I try to stand on things, and I know that it's sandy. And
yeah, well, you're trying to find that solid ground with which you can move the world.
Well, I mean, to some extent, I feel like I have. I'm just trying to play with it and get better at it while I got the time. I mean, like I said the other day when you were talking about, those are the kind of people that are madmen that want to rally together the people behind a flag or whatever. Like, I mean, isn't that the point of coming up with a good workable philosophy? Like, I don't know, isn't it something that we can get behind, we can use as a worldview that we can like base our lives on? So I don't know. I don't necessarily, it's fun for me to play with, population control ideas or whatever, but really I'm just trying to come up with a workable way of looking at things so that I'm not making myself suffer.
You're hitting the limits again. You're talking about population control, more limits. That's in astrology, that's a Saturnian quality. So you might have Saturn strong in your chart.
Try to find Paolo Soleri, City in the Image of Man. Paolo Soleri, City in the Image of Man. That's an interesting book.
Paolo Soleri.
He was an interesting guy, but he was talking about, you know, the Earth. If you did things correctly, we could have a carrying capacity of about 5, 6, 7 times. You know.
Well, I think
9 billion. Yeah.
Well, I think if we're managing
30 billion
correctly, one of our goals won't be to squeeze as much life as possible out of our carrying capacity. I just don't think it's wise or desirable to test the limits of our environment.
That's probably not going to happen. But it's interesting to think about.
Christopher, the theory goes like this. But if on a current trajectory with GDP, world GDP increasing, quality of life increasing, lifespans increasing, that with all of those things occurring, population will top out at about 15 billion and then begin to decline. So if the planet can maintain, support that much life with the same quality of life that we have now, then that's pretty good, right? After that, population will begin to decline. Automation will continue to increase GDP, and quality of life will continue to go up on average for everyone.
Hey, Ivan, I've just posted your wet dream there. Things to Come, 1936, the film of H.G. Wells' book of the world where it becomes a humanist dictatorship. Beautiful. You ever seen? You haven't seen that, have you, David? Things to Come, 1936.
Oh, long time ago.
So,
well, the beauty of it is everything that was bad was pictured as a character, this warlord, which you knew is based on Winston Churchill, 1936. Especially the humanists, they all hated Winston Churchill with a passion. He was, the recalcitrant troglodyte, living in the past. In this film, he dies, and the grand humanist leader looks down at his corpse, and so die all of his kind, primitive savages. But the irony is 4 years later, Winston Churchill's the one that's leading them. And so it just proves how wrong the humanists were, how badly wrong they got the definition of humanity.
So my thing against that argument, Ivan, is just that, for one, it's possible. And I'm not saying I'm not throwing that option off the table. What I don't like about it is I think it rings very strongly of wishful thinking. I don't think that's the only option. I think I possibly am a bit more cynical in my estimation of mankind. I don't think we're malevolent. I just don't think that we're constantly optimizing things. I think it could go south in a lot more ways than it can go right. And I guess I feel like an analogy is, I don't like riding on the back of a motorcycle, but I like driving a motorcycle. I like I like the feeling of having my destiny more in my hands than leaving it up to, my ideas of how good humanity is going to handle it without me. So like one thing I think is interesting between you and me and David, me and Heron, and I don't know Stephen well enough, is we all seem to think that there's the possibility of a worldwide superorganism and things being okay for at least a good while. We've all got different versions of how it's going to go about doing that, but we all also have an idea that we can do something actively in our life to
it's been tried before, though.
Yeah, well, some people who've tried.
You know where it was tried before?
Nazi Germany.
In legend. Famous legend, Tower of Babel. And the Lord came down and smited them, so they didn't understand each other anymore. So when humanity gathers together as that single organism, the Lord shall come down again and smite them.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that either. That's a bit supernaturalist.
Actually, you know what, Stephen, I agree with him. And from a Eastern philosophy point of view, there's a guy named Nichiren. He was a monk in 700 years ago in Japan. And he was reading the Buddhist sutras, and he said that if Japan stayed on the course it had at that time, they would be invaded from abroad. And he predicted that. He was like a prophet in a way. And it actually happened because the Mongols invaded Japan. And but he said that ahead of time, because he said that the leadership of Japan was slandering the Buddhist gods. He'd call them Buddhist gods, the law of life. And so what Stephen's talking about is the same thing, where people are misguided and they live against the laws of life, and they wind up drawing this thing out of the universe. And, you know, now we know how large the universe is, and who knows what you can draw out of the universe. But so being invaded from abroad would be an example of what Stephen was talking about. And by the way, I noticed you have a dragon behind you. You know, in Asian culture, a dragon represents a thunderstorm. Did you know that?
I do now.
That a dragon is really a thunderstorm.
Yeah, so I don't know. Sometimes I play with the idea that the God that I believe in is more dragon-like than any of the religions have described it. I like Merlin's from Excalibur, you know, his description of the dragon. I don't know, that rings true to my God.
Oh, you mean Nicole Williamson?
Nicole Williamson?
There's a guy that played Merlin in the film Excalibur.
Yeah, well, just I'm not a supernaturalist, but it's easy for me to say there's a unity to all things, and I can anthropomorphize it usefully and have an I-thou relationship with it and love it. But I'm not sure it's sentient. I don't think it makes decisions. I don't think it imposes its will. I mean, so I think, yeah, I'm into dragons. I have recurring dreams of being on a floating island, being
So
lifted
Christopher,
up by...
it's not a being, a supreme being. It's just a part of nature, the law of life. So when the life itself, let's say, you can take and on any level, on a microscopic level, you know, life has laws that govern it. And so this external intervention is because of what the way people live. And, you know, your ideas about loving Merlin was just, you know, people like Merlin were just scientists before there were scientists. You know, they were able to mix up all kinds of chemicals to make potions. Well, you know, before we actually had scientists, we had people like Merlin. But today, for some reason, there's a lot of censorship of people who are truly conducting science, where scientists are unable to talk about their discoveries because it's politically incorrect, believe it or not. Yeah. You know, well, like the guy DNA who Watson and Crick, the guy who Watson, his honors were taken away, even though he won the Nobel Prize for discovering the DNA helix. He was he had all kinds of issues because he mentioned things that are scientifically true, but politically incorrect.
Like what?
About the racial differences in IQ.
So most people who've pushed the package in science were into different and interesting things. Newton is famous for being into alchemy, which was considered, you know, supernatural and heretical. And he got a lot of flack from Descartes for invoking the law of gravity, which was attraction at a distance, which was considered an erotic force. So personally, I think Merlin was a myth. I didn't say I loved him. I like the glamour of dragons, and I associate dragons with my all-encompassing force. I was just noticing that there was a similarity, that I have recurring dreams of a dragon that shoots lightning out, and that it's very electrifying experience that I like thinking of. So I do think what you were talking about is it's hubris. Like they talk about it's like Humpty Dumpty. You know, he built a great wall and he had a great fall. You know, when we bite off more than we can chew. I don't think making a superorganism out of humanity is terribly hubristic. I think possibly people in the past have tried it and failed, like Hitler, because he only had a certain chunk of humanity in mind, and the rest gathered together to take them down. But no, I think there's plenty of things that are attainable and can be done. I don't think being a superorganism, I don't see the hubris in it. I think it's kind of if we're gonna get together as one humankind, like if I don't like humanism because I feel like it falsely puts us under the umbrella of an in-group, I would like to make an actual in-group out of what is humanity. But it would be like a superorganism. We would all be part of a community. It's just I don't like humanism as it is because it kind of says we're all a community when no, we're not yet. I would like to put in the work to make the friends and build the community that will be.
I'll ask a question at this point. Do you know how many years pass for each billion that's added to the population of the world? How many years have passed before another billion is added?
I don't understand the question.
I don't either.
You know, there's, you know, it goes from 7 billion to 8 billion to 9 billion. So,
billion.
So how many years does it take to add another billion to the world's population?
So by 2050, we should have 10 billion. We have 7 billion now.
Well, it's averaged since about 1960 or maybe 1955. It's averaged about every 13 years. So probably by the middle, about 5 years from now, it'll be over 8 billion. And, you know,
so
by the middle of the 30s, it'll be 9 billion.
But it's all in China and India.
Don't know if it's, there's a lot of population there. I don't know if that's where the increase is coming from. I think it's coming from a lot of other places.
It is India, but you know why? Because they're lifting themselves out of poverty. And when you have, there's a law in populations, if you have more food and you give more food to an organism, it reproduces a lot faster. So
Yeah.
when you provide a population with more food, there'll be more of the population. You know what I mean?
That's what Malthus is famous for. He said, if you have enough food, the population is going to double every 20 years. He said, if you spend 25 years cultivating the earth, you can get it to produce twice as much food. But after that point, it doesn't produce any more than the cultivated land does. Since then, we have petrochemical fertilizers, which once they expire, we are not going to be producing nearly as much food as we have been producing. But I just want to qualify. I do say I'm playing devil's advocate because I'm not, like I've said, I don't have certainty about these things. That's why I don't feel bigoted about talking about them, because I'm just playing with tenuous theories about what could be a way of doing things. Really, if I could make that superorganism, Ivan, without killing a single soul, without any unnatural death, I would much rather have 9 billion friends than just the survivors. But I think it's important in the making of that in-group, say with you, for example, or with Stephen, or with David, or even Eva, even though I think this may be the first time we've talked, that I'm trying to develop some kind of relationship with y'all, is the beginning of, say, the Borg, or the superorganism, or whatever. And just that I want to make it clear that if I had to make the decision to choose us over them, yes, I would rather choose the people that I care about and not all of humanity. You get what I'm saying? I feel like that's an important distinction that everyone who would be involved in the in-group would kind of have to make to a certain extent or others. Do you care about those people that care about you, or do you care about the others? And to a certain extent, if we're trying to be inclusive and eventually include all humanity, yeah, we do have to gamble and invest in outreach. But really, we're talking about making our lives better while we're alive, and also hoping we can include more in that and it be better for not just us, but yeah, entertain it's making the world a better place kind of notions. So I did just want to qualify that. I am not adamant that we should depopulate. It's just, it's that fun angle that I feel like if you can get along with me talking.
Are you qualified to state all the limits of humanity? I don't try and do that. I do perhaps try to obtain some knowledge, but what I've learned is I'm not qualified to state what the limits are. I'm not God.
I'm qualified to make certain decisions in my life, and I am willing to take the gamble to make suggestions, some more intensely than others, to those that I care about for their life, because it's part of my life. Like, the more you're a friend of mine, the more you're a part of me. I get it, like, as being a bouncer. I know there's a certain time to kick someone off of the property.
Again, you're so deeply into all these definitions. I must say, Americans tend to be a bit overboard with definitions.
Well, I will say one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite authors was, "The person who rules the world is the one who has the power to define." So I do kind of cherish my worked out definitions of things, and I don't have an exhaustive list of everything worked out, but what I do is important to me, and I feel like makes me are the important landmarks of my value system that I make.
Oh, David, remember that English comedian you like so much? I forget his name now.
I like a lot of English comedians.
Oh God, he was in the Blackadder Christmas special playing the Spirit of Christmas.
You mean?
He was in that. He was playing that nun. You know,
Robbie Coltrane.
Sorry,
Robbie Coltrane.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's playing the Spirit of Christmas. He comes to visit Blackadder. And, you know, Blackadder said, "Why are you visiting me?" And in this dream, Blackadder's a good guy in the Christmas spirit, you know, just says, no, I just thought I'm sick of all these skinflints. I thought I'd visit you, you know. It's a killer of a moment. And then, you know, gradually he's telling Blackadder all these stories, and Blackadder's just becoming more and more evil as he hears about all his ancestors' misbehaviours. And you go, well, it looks like the bad guys have a great deal of fun. And he says the Christmas spirit, from what you're saying, if I become evil, I'll become master of the universe. And Coltrane goes, no, you don't want to be master of the universe, you know. It's all the waving at people all the time. You're never your own boss, you know. And, no, don't do it, Blackadder, you know. You've never seen the Christmas special.
No, I'll get to it.
You'll get to it. I was just looking at something else today, the Funny Company. I just realised it was a cartoon I used to watch as a kid. It had Roger Ramjet in it. The cartoon company. Yeah, Shrinking Violet. Remember Shrinking Violet?
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's strange. There, I'll post the link for it.
So I appreciate what you say about my definitions. I don't see a problem with having them. I mean, I'm looking.
No. They just they can get terribly idiocentric after a while when you think you know everything. You know, I gave up on that. The world's too big.
No, well, I've got my tenuous best guess on stuff that's really important to me. Because here's the thing, I make important decisions that involve, like as a bouncer. I don't know if I've talked to you enough.
You did mention that. Yeah,
that's usually what I do for a living. No, I have to make an imperfect decision and say, well, of the imperfect decisions at my disposal, that one's going to be and yeah, I do think I lean in a lot of ways towards the let the chips fall where they may, like kill them all, let God sort them out, you know, kick ass and then take names, because I'd rather.
You're jumping from one extreme to the other there.
No, well, when it comes to unknown quantities, like if I'm talking about trying to find and expand my in-group, because say I'm lonely and I want friends, particularly smart friends that can at least understand and disagree with me meaningfully, then if say we were a group like in person, it's part of my skill set and competency that if someone were to invade or disrupt it, no, I would use my definitions of what's acceptable and not to take unilateral executive action. And yeah, I'll worry about how I made mistakes after the fact and plan accordingly for the future. So I need my imperfect definitions. So when I have discussions like this, I like using the word dojo for like philosophy dojo, because I'm exposing what my definitions are, my model of reality, and it's giving you a chance to say, oh, well, there's weaknesses there, so that I can improve what I know to be imperfect definitions or models of what's going on. Because
you don't have to be 100%. You don't have to be perfect.
I know.
So shall we talk about the is-ought problem?
Yeah, sure.
You up for that, Stephen?
Yeah, I'll go on. Yeah.
So this was something that's generally attributed to David Hume, who said that, we can make inferences about descriptions, right? So we can say the sky is blue in the daytime. So, later if we walk outside and see a blue sky, it's a good inference that it is daytime, right? We can also apply, combine facts about the world with moral claims. So if we were to say, for example, that if it is true that we ought to make minor sacrifices in order to save lives, then we ought to wear seatbelts, because the facts about seatbelts and collisions imply that we can save lives through a minor inconvenience of wearing a seatbelt. However, what Hume pointed out is that moral claims, like anything with the word ought in it, or that could be construed as having the word ought in it, such as we ought to make bear minor inconveniences to save lives, that such statements cannot be justified by non-ought statements, by descriptive statements. There's nothing in the description of the world that says that we ought to accept minor inconveniences, for example. There's nothing in the description of the world that says that we ought to respect life.
Well, the word ought means to owe. So does the word should. And that's Albert Ellis made the great point about it, didn't he? That we've got to be very careful when we say we should be this, should be that. We could probably better off saying it would be nice to be that, or it'd be nice to be this. Wish fulfillment isn't necessarily a should.
You're the first person who's brought up Albert Ellis in these Zoom chats, so I applaud you for. So Albert Ellis is among a handful of people, like neurolinguistic programmers and a few others, who talk about the words we use to model our reality. When we start talking about what our oughts or our needs or our shoulds, he says that we have the tendency to catastrophize when things don't happen the way our model or our beliefs say they should happen, and that we can intervene in our own irrational beliefs to not cause ourselves so much suffering. Now, the thing is, though, is that he says in certain situations, like if you're the victim of verbal abuse, that you can in fact change your model to say, I need to be treated better than this, to something where it's preferable to be treated differently than this, but I can tolerate this, that this isn't a catastrophe, that by not using such absolutistic words in making your model or your beliefs of a situation, you can be more rational and you can cause yourself less suffering. But the thing is, to a certain extent, we do have needs as biological beings. He says to question every time we hear the word need, because we're talking about something that if we didn't have, we could make, so like we need water, and he would argue that, oh, well, when we're thirsty, saying, oh, well, I really need water, we're probably making ourselves suffer than we would if we worded it, I could probably live without water a little bit longer. It would be nice to have more water. And so there's a certain extent to which we're not actually fulfilling our needs if we over rationalize to what extent we can tolerate certain things that by our nature are not tolerable. So he's not a perfect thinker, but I really like his model of he's got one of the best videos for how to be rational in a combative and correct someone else's irrational thinking very quickly. It was his model for brief therapy. Hey,
you guys, I was listening to you, but it was just not computing. What happened to Mary?
I think she
just checked out. Can I share a paragraph with you guys? This is so cool. Please. Okay, this is a conversation between a sage and an unenlightened man. It says part 1, and I'm just going to read one paragraph. It's a long paragraph, but it's called, let me see if I can move this thing. Let's see. Okay, so wait, can I move this down? Oh yeah, I can. Oops. Excuse me for a sec. I lost it. Oh my God. Let me go back.
What's the first word?
Well, that's just it. I mean, I went,
Is it having?
conversation between a sage and an
Is the first word having?
I can't find it. That's the problem.
So I don't want to stop you from that. If you can find it, I'm interested in hearing it. In the meantime, I wanted to ask a question. If I ask of all of you,
I found it. Okay.
Okay, never mind. I'll ask my
So,
question.
having received life, one cannot escape death. Yet, though everyone from the noblest, are you there? Hello?
Yep.
Are you guys there?
Yeah.
The emperor, on down to the lowliest commoner, recognizes this as a fact. Not even one person in 1,000 or 10,000 truly takes the matter seriously or grieves over it. Suddenly, confronted with evidence of the impermanence of life, we may be frightened at the thought that we have remained so distant, from Buddhism, and lament that we have been too engrossed in secular affairs. Yet we assume that those who have preceded us in death are wretched, and that we who remain alive are superior. Busy with the task yesterday and this affair today, we are helplessly bound by the 5 desires of our worldly nature, unaware that time passes as quickly as a white colt glimpsed through a crack in the wall, ignorant as sheep being led to the slaughter, held hopeless prisoners by our concern for food and clothing. We fall heedlessly into the snares of fame and profit, and in the end make our way back to the familiar village of the 3 evil paths, where we are reborn time and time in the realm of the 6 paths. What person of feeling could fail to grieve at such a state of affairs, or could fail to be moved to sorrow? That's it. I mean, there's more, but I'm not going to blow your mind. I think that was a good paragraph, huh?
It was pretty, but I think a lot of the people that I've met in these chats have contemplated their death a decent amount. So I don't know. I think we've all been exposed to a little bit of Buddhism.
Yeah, it's not something that appeals to me.
Okay, that's fine. I think it's totally just super fascinating, but anyway. Well, but didn't you guys talk about, like the population reaching max on the planet Earth, even though it can't sustain that many people, and the meaning of valuing somebody else's life or your own, and what are the differences between having mercy and just pity for someone? Or what else were you guys talking about? The best way to live really is what you guys were talking about, whether you should eat dog or just have one as a pet. You know what I mean? Isn't that what you guys were talking about?
Well, today, what I was saying is that, or trying to say, is that I think that the experts estimate that on the current trajectory, the Earth's human population will top out at about 15 billion, which is within our ability to feed and clothe. And after that, it will then decline. And while this is going on, quality of life will be increasing for everyone, probably more for people who have the least today, right? So in other words, if we can maintain this economic and educational advancement that we've been going through for the last 70 years and keep pushing through this century, we will have this much better world. That's all we have to do. But we can easily break that by returning to nationalism or racism or destroying the environment. If we destroy the environment, we won't be able to feed even the number of people that we have today.
All of the above. One party will go and destroy the environment, the other party will become nationalist, and there'll be a small party of humanists trying to be control freaks, but they'll all go in different directions, as with the Tower of Babel.
I don't think that's a given. So I don't think
it's already happening. The world is splitting up. There was a bit of unity for a while, and what comes from unity? Opposition. China builds itself up, and suddenly China realizes, oh, we haven't got a big chunk of the world like America has. We want some. And then you got a war on your hands. See, straight away. Eventually, that's where you end up.
I think the kind of utopia that people unify behind has everything to do with whether it's feasible or maintainable. I don't know how accurate the myth of the Tower of Babel is, but I know some philosophies aren't as feasible as others. One that openly says we want to take over the world, like National Socialism, only for our people and to subjugate all the others, kind of has built into it the propaganda against it for anyone who might be a victim of it. Communism is a lot more seductive. A lot of people who don't know the dangers of it being put into practice are a lot more easily sold that it's a worthwhile utopia to have. And it's very possible the flag we unite under, which I don't think is desirable for me personally, is a Marxist communist flag. So I'm just saying, I think there's a certain amount of wiggle room for what that flag or that utopia that we could possibly unite behind and stick behind. But it has I think the die hasn't been cast yet. We have a chance to, I would like to take into my hands more actively than just allow.
I don't think the world's going to be big enough for all the competing powers.
I think, personally, I think a lot of the rich and powerful around the world have a lot more in common interest-wise. And as long as we can promise them that there won't be a reign of terror, I think they would be willing to consolidate under the right negotiations. As long as no one lost their livelihood for theirs and their own, particularly for the people in power, then we could sell the idea of something.
I'm the rich and powerful. I'm not going to give the peasants time to think. I've got to keep them occupied.
Ivan, I have a question for you. You know how you said there's this utopia once everybody's standard of living is raised to a level where, they're comfortable. That's what you were saying, right? Because we're going to be able to have all.
I don't know that I used the word utopia, but.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that once there's this ideal where these 15 billion people that are on this planet are going to be able to have a comfortable lifestyle, that somehow that's going to be different than it is today. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think that is roughly speaking the case. So like it.
So in other words, you're saying,
just to put it in perspective, I think that my life is pretty good. It's far from perfect, right? But like compared to somebody that lived 50 years ago or 100 years ago, I live like a king, right? So I think that having the majority of the world's population live like that, with freedom to learn and interact and play and, you know, have a quality lifestyle, that may not be utopia, but it sounds quite nice. It sounds like.
What about this? Like, let's say you have a village that has this tribal kind of society, and the children get to run around in the dirt barefoot, and they play together, and there's no need to worry about food because they eat, instead of eating steak, they have oatmeal with you know, curry and whatever little meat that they have, but they are close to nature and they're living a life of bliss in a way. You know, even though it's difficult, you know, they come back from the fields exhausted, they have a roof over their head. And so how would you gauge the quality of life of somebody like that to someone, let's say in an ivory tower somewhere in Manhattan that's isolated from everybody, that has no friends, that has all kinds of like, you know, push buttons that you can start the shower and the jacuzzi or whatever, you know, how does that, I mean, the quality of life, does that really depend on the material? If you're, I mean, if you go past the basic needs people have, you know, which is food, shelter, and clothing, does it really matter? The quality, like to be able to have internet, or did you ever see that movie? Oh, I forget the name of it, but there's this like bushman in Africa, right? And this guy in an open biplane throws a Coke bottle out the window, and it lands in front of it. It lands, and then one guy that has it becomes like, he's got this treasure in the village. You know, he's the one who has this bottle, this glass bottle. And they all start competing for it, you know, or wanting it from him because it gives him, I don't know, status, kind of, because he had this thing no one else has. And it's just an empty glass Coke bottle, right? Did you see, what was the name of that movie? Did you see it?
The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Yes, the gods must be crazy. Yeah,
it was harder than anything the people had known. It was harder than bone. They didn't have rocks, so they could crush things easier with it, but they only had one of them. So people started fighting over it. And when they were fighting over it, one of them grabbed it and hit the other one over the head. So they realized this thing was evil. So I have my own approach to this argument, which is, so like there's danger in first contact between people. The biggest danger is viruses. The one group doesn't have the same immunities as another group, so when they come bringing their civilization viruses, a lot of the natives who are being uncontacted people that are being contacted for the first time, a lot of them die just from being exposed to viruses they've never been exposed to before. So just encountering.
Oh, there you go again, having this bleeding heart. Can I just say, you know, Ivan, or no, Christopher, do you know that people today in like in our culture, they have pets that are birds, and they kiss the bird like if it's, you know, like it's like a little toy. But people in more primitive cultures, or like the one I was talking about in the tribal villages, they know that birds carry a lot of viruses, and that they're not pets. You know what I mean? You don't pet a bird and kiss it because it's got all kinds of viruses on it. And so, you know, people who are close to nature know these things, yet all these civilized people that live in high rises in Manhattan seem to have no idea that how dangerous the viruses can be transmitted on a bird.
So the next thing I was about to say was that if people have their whole lifestyles devastated by contact with strangers, so the next example is there's cultural viruses that we call memes. And the thing is, if a culture who bases its status around how well the warrior class builds an axe, if all of a sudden you give them a gun, their whole way of life goes out of order because they've never had a gun before. And all of a sudden, all of the traditions they have to establish status amongst each other goes flying out the window because they have a new toy. So I was just relating to how the bottle in The Gods Must Be Crazy is a
I
version.
understand, but what I heard was you taking this bleeding heart approach where, you know, these people from Europe colonized the Americas and they destroyed everybody. But what you fail to see is that the plague came from China on ships, and half of the population of Europe was wiped out. So I don't have a suicidal streak in my, you know, for my own people to say we're so awful and evil that we just bring disease with us. You know what I mean?
I didn't say it was awful. And if you've been listening to me, I'm very far from being a bleeding heart. If anything, that's what I was.
I mean, there's a self-flagellation European men have to say, oh, we're just destroying everybody with our higher intellect and a rational thinking, and wanting to solve the nature, the laws of nature. Come on, give me a break.
I wasn't moralizing it by any means. I'm glad I live in Texas and I was born with the life that I have, and I'm whatever. Anyways, I'm not going to go down that road. So you were talking about how a skyscraper, someone living in a world built on technology. I'm talking about how the extreme of, say, the introduction of a convenience like a gun or a glass bottle can devastate the culture of a people who were happy in their primitive state. I'm just talking about The Gods Must Be Crazy as an example, or other things, but I think it's what's happened to us culturally. We have such a life of ease because of so much technology that we've kind of destabilized our cultural framework for meaning and belonging. So what I was getting at, I don't know, the way I was trying to tie it all together is that's one thing I entertain as being possible from meetings like this, is establishing some kind of common understanding with other people.
But you know, everybody in India that ekes out a living and lives in poverty, extreme poverty, would trade, like they almost not all, but the majority would want to have the kind of lifestyle that we have here in America. They wouldn't choose to stay where they're at, just like those Bushmen. They wanted the Coke bottle. You know what I mean?
I mean, then they'll be in the same position we're in, which is we've got white people problems and we're wondering how we're.
I don't have a white people problem. I'm proud of my race and I'm not apologizing for it. I didn't do anything to the natives, and I couldn't care less.
That may have been the wrong word. Civilized problems. I don't know. I've just heard it referred to as white man's burden. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to make any assumptions about that. I was just saying.
That's something else. The white man's burden thing.
Well, I'm just saying that we have the luxury of entertaining ideas about how we think the world should be saved, or what might be happen, or the values of it. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of people in other parts of the world who don't have the luxury of a good conversation like this. So I don't know. I'm just not taking.
Dave, remember the old Monty Python when Death visits the people, and there's an American there, and Death goes, "Oh, you Americans, you're always. Let me tell you this and let me tell you that." That's a little skit there, you know, the Death meets Americans and Englishmen.
That was such a funny movie, Monty Python.
The Meaning of Life. It was the third of their big movies.
Well, that's an awesome film.
I guess what I would say is that there are, because we have been successful and we have so many people, and we have, you know, our economy changes, you know, we create things to make our lives better, but then there are side effects from those things that make them worse. So we have social media can allow us to connect with people, right, and stay in contact with friends, but it has other problems where, for example, their algorithms, you know, they want, the companies that own these things want engagements, and they've discovered that conflict creates engagement, so they feed people conflict. There are problems where, you know, especially with like young girls who, instead of, you know, not knowing that their friends are excluding them, because they're on social media, they can see that their friends are excluding them, and that this can adversely affect them psychologically, for example, right? Now, there then we have, economic inequality, all sorts of problems that need to be solved, right? And I don't think that all of those problems are necessary problems. I think that for example, maybe the solution is a philosophical one. Maybe we will find a way, a modern way, a contemporary way of bringing in what might be considered traditional values in terms of how to live life and be happy in life, right? That, this is definitely a problem. But if we look at like the rest of the world, how many people are there who are living in true hunter-gatherer societies? It's much less than 1% of the population of the planet.
So I think one of my ulterior motives for engaging in these things is if I meet people that are worthwhile, we've got the chemistry to interact with each other, is that we are negotiating what could possibly be the tradition that we live by, that we get our meaning systems from, that I think would be the beginning of like your background, Ivan, the Borg. Like, so if I've got a model of the world, and the longer we talk to each other and negotiate the differences between our models, you get more of a model in your model of the world of my model. And the more I get a model in my model of the world of your model, and it eventually reaches a point it eventually reaches a point when you get to know someone long enough, either through ordeals or enough time or whatever, that we have the same model. Even if I have a different position in it and a different perspective in it, we understand each other completely. And that's the beginning of the hive mind. And so I think it is something that each individual, if it's going to be worthwhile, has got to negotiate their way into. So that's why it's fun for me to overturn, what are we really concerned about? Is it the environment? Is it stopping this or that? Because there's so many things that can be a problem. It's just it's something that I question my own values in trying to negotiate the differences between mine and other people's ideas of what should or shouldn't happen a certain way. So regardless of what comes from it, it's enjoyable in the process, but I also feel like it has the potential to be that. When we establish, we see things this way, we should get more fresh meat with different ideas in on this and practice our skills, establishing a hive mind with others. I think we can make an important improvised, like a work in progress as we go way of life. That's, I don't know, we're already like the Borg, using a technological component to try to accomplish it, So I don't know. I just think I don't think it's just chemistry that makes friends. I think it's also the work of, changing your own model, but also trying to understand someone else's too, whether you agree with it or not. So I don't know. I feel like we're doing God's work, even if you don't believe in God. I feel like, I don't know, just us talking. I don't know, I get joy out of it. And I do think, because I don't want to just leave it up to humanity's, I think it's wishful thinking to think it'll just happen. And I don't think that it'll just fall apart. I think if no one does anything about it, it will be like Stephen said, the Tower of Babel, So I feel like I want to find the people that are willing to put in the work to communicate and to establish a workable set of norms and bounds and values, and say at a bare minimum, commit to something like meeting once a week,
Anyway, you got a warning there. Nietzsche gave you a warning. He will test David's grand intellect. David's this funny American that doesn't say much. When they were producing Americans in the machine, he came out as one of the mistakes that didn't get picked up. So we've got this American that doesn't say much. But what was Nietzsche implying in his works about, the age of nihilism?
He thought we lost meaning when God died. That
yeah, it's true. That's what he was saying, but he was saying something else.
You say it. I'm not going to guess.
Okay. Yeah, it's something very, very important. You know, Nietzsche was saying something, and in what he was saying, there was also something to be observed. David, you can figure it out.
Something to be observed.
Yeah. There's a lot of philosophy around. What do we usually think with philosophy? We grab a book by some Buddhist guru. Oh, yeah, cool, man. Yeah, put it back on the shelf. But what's Nietzsche saying that's special about what he's saying? And it's not absolutely special. There's been, you know, other cultural elements which have brought this up. He's let's put it. What do you know those Christians? What do you call them again? You know, the end of the world preachers. This is what Nietzsche was doing. He's saying the time is now. The fuse is lit. Time is now precious. You don't have all the time in the world. 2,500 years ago, when Buddha was shooting his mouth off, you had a lot of time. The time is running out now. Do you get that in what Nietzsche's saying? That it's the time is now upon us. What we're doing now will matter.
Yeah, like a revolutionary time.
So what's the eschatology? You know, it's the end of the world. In the sense, Nietzsche was talking about the end of the moral world as we knew it.
Well, yeah. I like Nietzsche, but I'm not a true believer in Nietzsche, if that's even possible. Like, so the one thing I think he's great at is saying you got to say yes to life. If you're not saying yes to life, then you're just not enjoying it. I don't think you need an eternal recurrence to say yes to life. You know, just know that this is what you've got. Say yes to it, even if it's evil, even if it's not a God that's just or benevolent. So,
but what was the hell in his eternal reoccurrence? What was the hell there?
Sentimentalism? I don't know. Pity?
It was living repeatedly with mediocrity. Is that was Nietzsche's hell. You know, Nietzsche could die, the devil could come up and the devil say, well, I'm going to put you in this room full of all those boring philosophers who kept on putting you down all the time. Nietzsche would say, oh, no, not that one. Give me the hell with the whips and the chains and the fires, please. Not them, anything but them. So to Nietzsche, that was a perfect hell when he was in a virtual prison in that university, and all the other mediocre philosophers who were envious of his greatness couldn't stand him, you know, giving him the cold shoulder. That was his hell. Mediocrity.
Well, he did eventually become a madman, and I don't think he lived the life. I like his thoughts. I think he was a deep guy and a poetic guy, and he overturned a lot of hidden assumptions that a lot of people weren't willing to go down, but he became a madman, and I don't know if I want to live his life the way he did. I don't know how unmediocre it was. I feel like I've lived a somewhat intense life, but even then the majority of it has been mediocre. It isn't just full of moments of intensity. Those are just those peak experiences. I don't know. If I'm a creature, and I want to get the most out of myself because I could die 5 minutes from now, I want to do it thinking the most invigorating kind of creature thoughts I can think of, which is, as a male primate, coalition building. And
yeah, that's will to power. We're getting somewhere. What would we say to that, David? Sounds like will to power to me. Will to power. He wants to establish his army, you know, his hierarchy. It's the good old chimpanzee is coming out there, I reckon.
No, well, I think that's what's missing. Christianity provided a hierarchy of virtue to measure people by that gave us meaning. And then evolution came along, and Darwin said, well, I hope, Nietzsche said, oh, well, I hope Darwin's wrong about it, because then that means we're just fucking monkeys. And then Hitler came along and said, well, you know what? We're a special kind of monkey. And the ones that fall within this territory, we should fight our way because survival of the fittest is the way of things.
Do you realize what Nietzsche's problem with
self-flagellating?
You realize what Nietzsche's problem with evolution was, Darwinistic evolution?
Self-flagellating.
He made him very pessimistic.
Sorry, I'm just going to take a break. I feel like I'm being misunderstood. I don't know how I can be perceived as self-flagellating. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't understand.
Have you ever seen those guys do that? They whip their back when they're naked. They just whip themselves.
The monks, yeah, that was in Monty Python as well, when the monks are running around whipping their backs and so. Oh, they're hitting their heads with books, aren't they? Yeah. That was in Holy Grail at the start. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I just don't know what part of me saying we should organize hierarchically as chimps for a framework of meaning, and also to establish some kind of.
You're getting in contact with your inner chimpanzee. That's you're almost 99. What is it? 99% chimpanzee.
Yeah, well, I just don't understand how that's so.
So they're brothers, man. You got to get together with the brothers. Get in the cage. Get in the zoo with the brothers.
Actually, Stephen, it's not brothers. It's cousins. We're cousins.
So, but how am I self-flagellating? I don't know how I could be read that way. Is anyone else seeing me as being self-flagellating?
I think you've been thoroughly steeped in this dogma of, the evils of Western civilization. You need to get that out of your system.
I don't know what I've said. I don't. First off, I don't know. I just.
Do you think you're evil just because you're I don't know, a white guy?
No, I think I'm a heretic, and I think for myself, and I think a lot of ideas that most people I come across consider taboo or immoral. So I don't personally find my ideas taboo or immoral, but I have to exercise tact. It's a lot safer to use this virtual media.
So you do it for tact. Okay, I get it. Okay, it's not.
Well, there's a fine balance between not trying to be chased by the mob with pitchforks and torches, because I have some out there ideas that I don't know. I pick my battles. I don't get on my soapbox when I'm trying to get coffee from the coffee shop. So it's just this is a different venue where I get a chance to let my hair down and stretch my legs, and I just feel like
what hair.
Yeah. I feel like if anything, my arguments are against self-flagellation.
Your hair down.
well, I guess just I don't like. I've kind of been saying that I don't really have a problem with what most people call as evil. So I don't really have an excuse to flagellate myself over anything. If anything, I feel like any habit that I have over not thinking I'm good enough is something society or dynamics have told me. They're things that I want to overcome. I don't know.
Being a part of this group, I've heard Ivan, Stephen, and now you flagellate. So what can I say? Stop the flagellation.
Flagellate myself? I don't know. I just.
So where did I self-flagellate? Where did I get into that?
I something about. I can't remember. My memory's kind of. But I've heard you talk about how evil we are. For just.
Well, I think also we're as sophisticated thinkers capable of being a little bit facetious and not necessarily referring to ourselves as evil as though we take that position, but we might be playing with steel manning or straw manning someone else's possible perception of our arguments. So I don't know. I haven't heard much self-flagellating.
Well, just think about it.
Well, you could be right there saying that we are evil. That's an aspect of my view of humanity. Yes, it's the humanists tend to view humanity as something which is intrinsically good. So it's a rather Hegelian outlook that they believe that generally the human dice, are going to fall in favour of the goods, but I don't believe that.
So I want to live a happy life, and I want the people I care about to live happy lives. And I feel like you can only do that by living a whole life, by accepting the parts of you that are socially unacceptable, that are evil, that are ugly, that are dark. If you can't do that, then I don't think you're being really happy. I think you're constantly hiding a part of you.
Well, I think the you's a bit of an illusion, really, the I used to be a big egotist, and I think what I've learned in life is, there's definitely there's an I, there's an ego, and that does lead us, but we're a lot more than just an ego, a lot more than just an I, and much of what's created our destiny is not the I.
What's your accent?
Australian.
Oh yeah, okay. It just sounds more like, I don't know, something like Scottish, but it's Australian.
Oh, I never knew I could be Scottish.
Well, I don't know what Scottish is. If I were to guess, I would have said Scottish, not Australian.
So I've got a question for you, Ivan, and I don't know. I feel like this is an angle for approaching the is-ought problem, right? So you don't have to say it out loud, but I'm going to ask you after I ask you what it was. So if I ask you what you think of when I say the word model, right? And the rest of y'all can do this too. When I say the word model, get the idea in your head, and then how about another word? Map. When I say the word map, what specific vision comes in your mind? Okay, now it's your turn. What do you imagine when you hear those two words?
Theory.
But does it look like anything? Like okay, so I got you to think about it. I don't need to hear it, even though it would be interesting. But it's just so like a model. I think of Beetlejuice's. Here's a model of the whole town, right? When I think of map, I think the Goonies, a treasure map. So both of these are description. And the whole point of the way in which they're designed is to be a prescription. I mean, maybe not so much the model in Beetlejuice, but that's what they use it for. They say, look, this is where we're going to have the tourist attraction. In the treasure map, the whole purpose of the map is to say, this is where the gold is. This is where the booty is. Here be dragons, avoid this, go for that. So my thing is I think the ought has everything to do with the purpose of the map.
Oh my God.
There's no description divorced from it should go this way or that way.
So there's utility, right? There's utility and description are two separate things. Now, you may have a utility for creating a description, but that doesn't mean to say that utility and description are the same thing, or that from description you get utility.
That's the whole purpose of the map. Why would I need a map if it wasn't to navigate from here to there? If it wasn't useful, I wouldn't need it. It's only useful in telling me, yeah, there's the treasure, there's the monsters. Avoid that, go for that.
Yeah, but the thing is that what you consider to be utility is not necessarily what somebody else considers to be utility. That you can define description independently of your utility, right? So the utility of a map is different for Eisenhower than it is for Rommel.
Because they have different maps.
Because they have different utilities, they have different objectives, even if they have the same map.
Why? Because they have different maps. If I would have been Eisenhower, I would have been cartographying a different kind of map. Every experience that I have that gets added into that model of reality always is to accentuate the features of here be treasure, here be danger, right? So you might have two different maps, but both of them are for achieving the same purpose. We all want homeostasis. We're all going to seek out the parts of the map that are our comfortable temperature. We're gonna seek out where there's the people that are our friends.
You sound like you're in love with the predictable. You want to see what's ahead.
That's the limits of my awareness. I can't act outside of what is a projection of what's going on.
I'm sorry.
So I feel like it's the foundation and it's the boundaries of our perception. A predictable.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're always sort of trying to define everything. A lot of what we are is not consciously defined.
I agree, but I feel like a person who has an operator's manual of how the machine works can operate it much
Oh
more.
my God, you came in a delivery box and you had to get out the operator's manual and how do I operate Christopher
No.
Robert, close attention to this manual will give you many happy years of Christopher Robertson. That's what it sounds like to me.
People have complained, and it sounds like a demand to me, that there is no instruction manual for life. So I've worked hard.
I have one for you. It's one word. Do you want an instruction manual? You ready for this?
I'm making my own. Are you sure? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It's called value. Now, how could that be an instruction manual? Let's say you have a sickness, a mortal sickness, cancer, and you're going to die. Can you create value out of that?
So the thing is if you're aware of something, you've already made a value out of it. Anything we perceive is being evaluated. So, yeah.
No, not evaluated. I'm talking about VALUE.
Value. That's what we're talking about. You're talking about after the fact being a spin artist, which is something that is something some humans are capable of more than others. But yeah.
What does that mean, to create value?
Well, there's different kinds of values. Ted Bundy has value as a serial killer. It's a.
He does?
No, I mean, I think Ava is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that sometimes we don't have control over something that occurs to us, but we do have control over how we react to it, how we frame our story of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, if I want to avoid the mistakes in the future, I don't want to misuse the machine that I am. So it's a value to me to come up with an accurate model of myself. So I don't know, just values.
So my point my point to Ava and Stephen would be this. It's like, yes, there's quite a lot that we can do. Let's say that we don't care to do anything to mitigate the occurrence of cancer. We don't create sunblock. We don't care about radiation. We don't care about pollutants, whatever. But what we do instead is we focus very heavily on how we can teach people to frame their lives when they get cancer. To me, that's bad, right? Probably it would be better to do both mitigate the probability of getting cancer and help people to deal with scenarios when they don't have control over them.
But Ivan, I agree with you. And I was just recalling for some reason this debate that, I forgot the guy's name, but he's from India. He worked for Reagan in the cabinet. Anyway, some guy at an Ivy League school, a young kid, asked him, how he feels bad about these people who don't have access to a higher education. And he wanted to change society so that they would all be able to have access to a higher education. And so the Indian guy, Dinesh D'Souza, goes, okay, if you want to come at me with that argument, why don't you not be a hypocrite and give up your seat here at this Ivy League school and show us how it's done. Give up your seat and give it to somebody who's more deserving, that doesn't have the privilege or the resources to come to a school like this. And then we might be able to believe your altruistic dogma of social change. So I thought it was brilliant, because I think people tend to get onto this, oh, we need to reform this, we need to reform that. But, where it really starts is with ourselves. And we have to be able to, the only way to convince somebody to do something is to show them on your own that you are doing it. And then they might be convinced to follow your lead. But other than that, it's all crap because, and so when you said that we need to strive for whatever ideal, society you want, it all starts with the human condition, and people that should be able to, overcome evil in their own lives. And there's plenty of evil to go around. You know what I mean? You don't have to look far, but to overcome it in a way where not someone loses and you win. That's the easy way to win. Is you lose, I win, ha ha, right? No, that's not the way. The way is you win, I win, we both win.
So there's a famous bias in psychology called fundamental attribution error. This is getting back to the idea of free will, which is when something goes wrong for us, we are usually pretty good at identifying what the external cause was for us making the error. We'd say, well, we would have succeeded had it not been for X or Y. We chose the way we did because we had limited options that our environment and our circumstances imposed on us.
Mm-hmm.
But when we look at other people, we're unaware of their circumstances. And so we just put it down to their poor character. They failed because they're bad people.
I see where you're going with this.
So this is like a scientifically tested, it happens, and everybody faces this bias. And I, living the life of a king, don't encounter it as often as many other people, but it will typically come up when I'm behind someone in traffic, right? The light turns green and they don't go. And I'm like, this idiot, this guy has no idea how to drive. And then
right.
The emergency vehicle passes.
Everybody feels that way, a lot
in front of him, right?
It all makes sense if you just picture yourself as a monkey sitting in the car and the guy in front of you is another monkey. When you see two monkeys fucking up, it makes absolute perfect sense.
But the point is, the point that the place that I'm going, obviously, is that free will, people don't, if you look at inequality in our society, it's not there because everybody has free will and the people, at the top just use their free will better than everybody else. They're just better people. That's not true, right?
What is true?
What is true is that we are products of our environment and our upbringing and the opportunities that are around us, and so the culture that is around us.
Okay, Ivan, I'm going to stop you because I know where you're going with this. You're like flagellating, and I don't mind you doing it, but I just want you to realize that if let's say you win the lottery and you've always been poor, what happens to a lot of people that win the lottery is that within a couple of years they're still poor.
I thought Ivan was arguing from the point of view of an empiricist when he's talking about the external world making us. That's very much the empirical argument, isn't it?
Or
we're a blank page and we're merely a product of the externals.
Correct, and that's the key. I think that the idea that I disagree with, that the environment is we're hopeless against the environment, that whatever environment that we're put in or born into is somehow somebody else's responsibility aside from our own. You know what I mean? Like if somebody is born crippled, that is somehow my fault. or, they're hopeless, somebody, there's injustice. God is unjust. The way I see it is God is just. You know what I mean? So
No, I don't understand.
let's say that person used to be Hitler in a previous life. His punishment is to be born as a cripple. You know what I mean? The law of causality is always functioning. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. So you're not responsible for the deformity of a child that's born. The mother might be if she was using drugs, but it's the child's life that chose to be born in that womb. That is, that's their tough luck to have, or that's their destiny to have been born to a mother like that.
Wait, so it's their tough luck, or is it their just desserts? Which of the two?
Just desserts.
So Eva, I just want to let you know, I don't qualify completely as an atheist. I lean atheist in a lot of my thinkings, but I'm open-minded to a non-supernatural God that doesn't think for itself. Some
anyway, there's some nice weather out there. I'll catch you guys another time.
Hey, it was great talking to you, Stephen.
Okay. Bye, Stu.
But I was just letting you know, I don't think there's a lot of assumptions behind whether you believe in a God or not, and also methods of whether we have chosen our life or not that have, I don't know. I don't think others here share the background beliefs that you do, so it might be difficult for us to understand what you mean. And I'm not saying that it's not that we don't understand the argument, but just we're coming from a very different framework of looking at the world. So,
well, if you believe in a supernatural human being, I mean, a supernatural God,
I don't.
Not a supernatural. What is it called? The anthropomorphic. A God that is like a human, but stands above us and judges us. That's basically the law of causality, cause and effect. But we have to make him look like a man,
So, Eva, in materialism, there is cause and effect, but the fundamental objects in materialism are essentially chemical or built out of particle physics, right? So, so there is still what I would subjectively call good and evil, but they're not fundamental. They're just things that are produced out of chemistry. So there's still cause and effect, but the causes and effects that we talk about are things like a sperm fertilizing an egg and creating a creature out of DNA. It's got nothing to do with past lives in materialism. Now, I understand that you are not a materialist.
No, I'm totally into science. I'm actually somewhat, but I guess what maybe people haven't actually contemplated that much is the missing aspect of life. What is it? What is life? Like the word life is a 4-letter word, but life is what's missing when something is not alive. So what is it that makes a life alive? What is it? And why is it so in so many different manifestations around the earth, even like when you look around, the tree's alive, the rock is a sentient, it's not a sentient being, is it? But like there's life everywhere, and it has different expressions, so to speak. Life expresses itself in many different forms. So why wouldn't you think that the way we are born has anything to do with, do you think there's the cause and effect is totally removed from life?
Correct. Life life is a manifestation of chemistry.
But it's not, it's totally removed from a cause and effect?
No, it's part of cause and effect, but we are biological machines.
Yes.
So the way a system works is there's an interaction between parts that forms a feedback loop. There's a circuit, and each part of that system, one affects the other in a linear cause and effect fashion, and goes around to perform functions and dynamics that look much greater than the component parts. So when one link in that chain breaks down, the whole chain doesn't function the way it did, the way a whole organism does when that vital organ fails in it. So you don't need supernaturalism to account for the animating dynamic in material parts. So one of the problems with supernaturalism is once you invoke it, there's no mechanism for it. So there's also no mechanism to disprove it. So it opens the door to invoking any supernatural reason for any justificatory purpose. So like Gregory Bateson was lived at the Esalen Institute, where there was a man who claimed that he channeled Picasso, or Monet, sorry. He channeled Monet and painted paintings that looked just like Monet, and he even signed it Monet, and that it was in the experts had even come along and said, oh, this is the style of Monet. And then later on, a little girl came with a crayon and marked over some of these paintings, and everyone who lived there said, oh no, she just ruined one of the Monets. And Gregory Bateson said, well, no, that was just Monet possessing her and doing it through her. Because the second you start invoking supernaturalism, you can start invoking anything legitimately that has no mechanism or no testable or falsifiable mechanism. So the problem with invoking supernaturalism is that there's just no testing for it. And in the second you do it, you can basically conjure up anything you want into the argument. So, and there is a mechanism through.
But see what you're saying, invoking supernaturalism, invoking, that means to wake up something separate from your own life, right? Isn't that what it is? Like asking there, because that's a really Christian way of thinking, that somehow your life is outside of you. Your life is outside of you. You're not.
Invoke literally means to call upon. Voke comes from vocalization and vote.
Yeah.
It's used.
So if you call upon, does that mean you call upon your own life force, or do you call upon some external life force?
Look, I invoke the memory of the time that I slipped in the bathtub just now. So it's just a metaphorical way of saying.
But I think what Christopher, I think what you meant was invoke in an argument.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of.
I'm not talking about a supernatural invocation. I'm talking about invoking the topic of supernaturalism as if it's as legitimate as scientifically proven things, which there are not replicable tests to prove it.
Yeah, the supernatural, there's nothing like supernatural. It's conceivable that the world could have been supernatural, right? Go back 500 years, and where before essentially the invention of science, and there are all sorts of supernatural theories you could come up with to explain why there's life, how the body works, how minds work, etc. And 500 years ago, maybe that was the best theory that anybody could come up with for how the world worked. But experiment shows that that's not the case. Like, it could have been that way, but experiment shows that it isn't. And evolutionary biology is a very important part of that puzzle, because evolutionary biology makes very specific predictions that have to apply to all life forms. And those predictions have been confirmed.
And I'm totally an evolutionary biologist.
Okay.
So the way I've heard it, and I like it explained, is that Paul Feyerabend has a good explanation of it. He says, so we're superstitious creatures, and we have basically a matrix of correlations of things going together. So once upon a time, it was a good enough superstition to say that the god of the water would be angry if we overfish his children, you know. But over time, through trial and error, some explanations have more predictive power than others. So
Actually,
instead of talking about Poseidon, starting to talk about the dynamics of water and how it reacts in this situation or that situation, we basically come up with, we've evolved over time superstitions that are more accurate and effective and have more predictive and explanatory power than superstitions that invoked otherworldliness. So the superstitions we have nowadays mostly are based around testable hypotheses that science is based on the discipline of discovering ways of falsifying these theories.
what I was talking about is not so much super whatever you were talking about. What I was talking about is I'll give you an example. There's a movie, it used to be one of my favorite movies called I'll think of it in a minute. It's Naked Prey. And these people in go on a safari and they kill all these elephants. But on the way to the killing field, they run into this tribe and the guide wants to give them trinkets so that they could pass through their territory. But this selfish Englishman, he goes, no, I'm not giving him shit. I'm just going to go through. I don't owe these people anything. And it turns out that after they kill the elephants, the tribesmen are disgusted by the slaughter. And so they capture these guys and they torture each one of them. They roast one guy after they cover him in clay. And then they throw another guy down to the ground and put like rocks with flames and a cobra. They threw a cobra so the cobra can't escape and it has to go in the direction of the guy. So that's how he dies. And the last guy, he gets to run away and they chase him with javelins, and the guy's running and actually he's the only survivor. He survives. And there's a scene where he's running through this snake infested rock field. There's all kinds of snakes crawling along and he hardly notices because he knows that these guys are running after him and they're going to kill him. Right. And he's already killed like 3 of them because he waited for them and he trapped them and he stole their shoes and, the water, and he just kept going and going. And so why is this guy all of a sudden, do you think that if he would have had any other day, he could have walked through that snake field without even flinching? The reason he was able to do that is because his life condition was so high, because he wanted to survive. And he wanted to live. So he ran through, it's like, you could call it adrenaline, whatever you want, but his life was taken from whatever it was to this survival mode. And I guess what I'm saying is that we all have that potential inside of us to bring out this supernatural, super powerful life force under the right circumstances. And, you could see it in that movie. You can see it in the movie and how this guy eventually, he made it to within a half a mile of the fort. And then finally, they were going to kill him. And luckily these guys ran out and they shot the people chasing him. So he finally made it to safety. So I guess that's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about some, hocus pocus kind of thing where you just invoke some kind of a spirit from nothingness. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about this inherent potential human beings have within their own lives. That is, you can tap this. You can tap it. And how do you tap it? By finding a way to create value out of suffering value. But you can't just do it. It's too easy for people to want to escape, to, psychologically, physically, any which way. So they don't have to face the reality of their own lives. They want to escape. And the solution, I think, to the world suffering today, and for us to have actually peaceful planet that has a sustainable life, is for everybody to wake up to this potential that they have, that they have inside. But you can't do that by believing in these stupid ideas, like a supreme deity that comes and saves your ass when you're in trouble. You know what I mean? Just because you ask for him to intervene, or her, or whatever it is, right? Or, there's so many different crazy ideas people have about what life is. But, that's it. That's all I was talking about. I wasn't talking about like some, Wizard of Oz.
Well, there's a difference between digging deep and having like certain emergency survival measures, and there's people who do exceptional things that there's something specific about the word supernatural that
well, maybe that's not the word I meant. I meant super human.
Yeah, well, even then it's still human. It's just there's exceptional people and there's exceptional circumstances, but it's still all describable according to the laws that have been tested and verified through repeatable experience.
You don't think everybody has that power?
Well, I mean, some people, not everyone can be good at a certain skill for reasons. I mean, I just don't think.
Yeah, we're all different.
So what exactly is the power, right? The question is, what exactly is this power that you're saying that people have? You have to be sufficiently specific to be able to test it.
Well, I don't want to talk about Buddhism, but basically it's Buddha nature. Your Buddha nature. And, these ideas on how to cultivate the Buddha nature is where having the right view of life is really essential. Like to be able to know that, and it's not about meditating and observing your mind and nothing like that. It's about being able to survive cancer. You know what I mean?
Well,
so for example, having the wisdom to know how to get out of being, doomed to die from an illness, or to have the unfortunate curse of having children who are, unfilial, that word unfilial, where, they despise you, or, you know what I mean? And there's so much suffering people can experience, but everything can be a source of good if you can bring out your Buddha nature from the suffering. And that sounds kind of like the ultimate self-flagellation, but no, because it's like you can manifest this state of life that's inside of you, and not only create value for others, but also free yourself from your own destiny.
So Buddhism is referred to sometimes as the art of dying. I mean, the article that you referred to earlier had everything to do with letting go of. So I don't think Buddhism is in the being able to overcome one's death. I think it's learning to be at peace with it. So I'll say this, like I read a lot about magic and supernatural, but not just magic, different forms of spirituality that are not just your mainstream Judeo-Christian or, the popular religions. And the thing is the one thing that I have in common, that I think they all have in common, is that when they use terms like God or higher powers, most often what they're referring to when they're not talking about fairy tales that have no basis in reality, is they're talking about our unconscious mind. Is that you can squeeze, there's more to you than you realize, and that it can be, it's the source of your healing, which is you don't heal yourself consciously. Your body is trying to do that, and your conscious mind and your conscious attitudes can get in the way of the healing process, but it's something that it's part of your deeper nature. Most of the times I hear the word God, I think it can be usefully called our unconscious processes. So that's about the most use I get out of invoking. So it even applies to like the Buddha nature. We're talking about unconsciously getting in the habit of being at peace with what's uncontrollable in our lives, you know?
So what if you could say it's uncontrollable, but it can be a source of benefit? Do you believe that? Do you believe that your greatest suffering can be a source of your greatest treasure?
I think it goes against our natural, animal instincts in a lot of cases to do the counterintuitive thing, which is better for us and others in the long run. And I think the self-control is something that we can develop over time into being second nature, and out of habit, it being something unconscious. But it's something you've got to work at. You know, it's something that's and it's not for everyone. It's something that some environments are better for that those habits to grow in than others. And even then, I don't know if everyone's capable of it.
I don't even.
And not everybody wants to do it either. You know what I mean?
I don't understand the question. So let's suppose that, I go to the doctor and I get a cancer diagnosis. How do I apply this?
To me, I would say, I'll let her talk. Question.
How do you apply? Are you asking him or me?
You, Eva.
Okay, well, I can just give you an example of someone I know about. And I remember talking to you guys about the two women who died. One had lung cancer and the other one had pancreatic cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I know a woman locally who supposedly got pancreatic cancer as well. And that's pretty incurable. You have a couple of months to live and that's it. Just like that congressman, the black one that just died. I forgot his name.
My sister got pancreatic cancer.
What? Okay, so this woman I know, she's a pretty advanced age, but she survived, and her doctors couldn't believe it. That she had a successful operation, whatever that is. I don't know if they can operate on pancreatic cancer, but she had a successful operation, and she said it was yellow power, and yellow power because she's Japanese and she's Asian. She's yellow, and she said it was yellow power to the doctors. But really what it was is that she's been a practicing Buddhist for many, many years, at least 40 years. And so how would that become the key to overcoming cancer? Just imagine every obstacle, every kind of suffering that she's had to deal with, she was able to chant and to bring out her potential. So she was constantly like training, kind of like Rocky, her whole life, training to have the ability, to have the wisdom, to have the tenacity, to have the perseverance and the ability to empathize. So by the time she had to deal with this massive physical obstacle, which would have taken her life, she had the life force and the training to be able to overcome it. So she could sit down and chant and find the wisdom to find the best doctor for her, to have maybe to treat her body differently, the wisdom and the to take action in a positive way. So so that's it in a nutshell. Basically, you don't and you don't need 40 years to develop this. Supposedly, you can bring this out instantly. But that's it in a nutshell. The way I understand it is because if you have this insurmountable obstacle that is going to take your life, you had better have the life force. I'm going to say the life force to overcome it. To overcome it and not to be a victim of your own circumstances. And, you'd say, oh, it's just too bad that she was exposed to such a carcinogen, when she was 20, and that's too bad. Now she's going to have to die. There's plenty of people that are killed by cancer, but a lot of them survive, maybe because they have the money to get this medicine that they need, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they can go to the Galapagos and go swimming and, you know, get away from all the stress so they can overcome the, but that's not necessary. You can have that. You can tap into this Buddha nature that's dormant. It's dormant. It's in there, but you can bring it out.
So you believe in reincarnation and karma, right?
Well, karma is just action, you know, your thoughts, your words, and your deeds. Those accumulate kind of like an avalanche, you know, like a little ball rolling down the hill, and then before you know it, it's an avalanche. And you know, it kind of makes sense that we are the result of our own actions. Every part of you is, everything about your life is a result of your own thoughts and deeds.
So what if I had no impact on my parents deciding to have sex with each other?
No, but let's say, okay, so your parents are.
Are you saying that I have some choice in choosing my parents and them having sex?
So here's the way I look at it. It's like every person, when they die, it's over, right? So their life becomes in the state they call ku, which is existence, but you exist, but you don't exist until the right circumstances for your rebirth are there. So when the right circumstances come about, then you can be reborn. But it depends on how you died and what your life is like. You know, let's say you're exceptionally evil. Maybe you won't have a chance to live again as a human for tens of thousands or maybe even hundreds of thousands of years. You know what I mean? The eternity.
I really do not know. So I've got to say that's invoking supernatural. You're making assumptions that have no proof, and I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm not trying to demonize what you're saying, but that's not something that I'm willing to bet on. I'm not willing to judge. Like there's just so many there's just so many errors that can be committed by believing in what happens when there's no proof for it.
But you know what I was thinking of, like supposedly people who have lived and tried to attain Buddhahood, when they die, there's a difference. What happens to the corpse? You know, and it's not just my opinion. There's a lot of documentary evidence and even people who can see a lot of people die and the condition of the body after somebody dies. So someone who is not...
They mummified that monk.
No, the body, supposedly the skin is really dark and heavy. The body's heavy. But someone who dies in an enlightened state, their appearance is completely different. The appearance, and it's not just like, oh, a coincidence. One person, they just look.
I'm sorry.
If this were true, the person that discovered this and you know tested it would win a Nobel Prize.
So
our science would be completely upset, and researchers would be doing all sorts of experiments that were very different from the ones that we're doing now. So that's just not true.
So Ivan, David left and he made me the host. So I got rid of her. I'm sorry. I didn't see. So I don't know if that's what other people would do in that situation, but I didn't. I was just letting you know you weren't talking to her anymore. I hope you don't judge me for that. So I didn't see her learning much from what yeah.
So
I feel better.
I mean, here's what disappointed me. Stephen is obviously a fascist. Ava is also a fascist. She's a racist, right? And her beliefs are very convenient, right? Isn't it convenient that, hey, those people in India who are in the lower caste, they deserve it. It's their past life.
Well, I thought it was interesting.
And all these other people, you know, like blacks have lower intelligence. It's utterly racist.
Yeah. So I actually kind of wish you were in the last conversation I had that David was involved in. I got to spell out exactly what the difference between a certain statistic being associated or correlated with an attribute, how it doesn't imply causality, right? And it was a great chance to spell out how even if the even if the science was good and it really did show up this way, it doesn't mean that this is the cause of it. And because of our limits in testing certain situations, we cannot discredit these other environmental factors involved. But it was great because it was subtle and sophisticated enough, and everyone involved didn't have a it's this way or that. So I felt like, I don't know. Well, I had the chance to talk about some of the areas I feel like we never got to discuss specifics on, but I thought she was really interesting because she had kind of a Western chauvinism thing going on. Because that's I didn't get a chance to ask her on it, but every time she said self-flagellating, she was talking about us talking about our culture when I don't identify with my culture or with being a white guy or a whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so self I'm not self-flagellating by talking
He's
about
hypersensitive about it. Yes.
she no, but I thought it was interesting that that was married with Buddhism, because normally it's with either Christianity or some kind of like loose Christianism, you know, like meh. I'm an agnostic Christian. I celebrate Christmas. I don't know. It's usually associated with that constellation in America. So I thought it was real interesting that she was Buddhist. And no, well, I didn't think we were going to get anywhere because she seemed pretty pretty dug into her. There's morality to who you're born as.
So I guess my question for you then is like, have you got anywhere with anyone?
With
Like,
anyone?
right. Have you if we're just eliminating people who are not going to change their view, right? Then we pretty much have to eliminate everyone.
Okay. Have you seen The Last Supper? The movie The Last Supper? Oh God, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. Okay. It's worth watching even if I'm going to spoil a little bit of it for you. Okay. So I got to spoil a little bit just so you know what I'm talking about. It's a group of liberals, right? And they're pretty stereotypically liberals, right? And they have dinner meetings. They have a house dinner with an invited guest each weekend, which is usually someone of the opposing views, you know. And this one meeting gets out of hand. One thing leads to another. He's a very extreme far right guy. Like, so Bill Pullman, he even says the words like, Hitler had the right idea. You know, maybe not all this Jew stuff if it really happened, but so you know what I mean. He Bill, or not Bill Paxton. Sorry, not Bill Pullman. Paxton. He says that, and he does it in the perfect tone where he's starting shit, you know. And one thing leads to another. He winds up getting killed, right? It's arguable. He started it. He really did. It's debatable whether it was self-defense how he got killed. So these people with good consciences are all trying to rationalize what they just did. And so the one guy, the one Jewish guy always says, if you could go back in time, if you could go back and kill Hitler, right? Would you? You know? And so after this happens, they bring that up and they say, yeah, I'd kill the motherfucker. And so after a few days of retro rationalizing this, they say, we did a good thing. You know, we made the world a better place. Like, finally, instead of just talking, you know, we finally did something for good. And of course, the one girl is like, how can you say this? You know? And so next weekend, Cameron Diaz invites a preacher over or priest over who, they're like, I was looking for his position as a counterpoint to my comforting of the victims of AIDS. And he says, oh no, the gay plague is that the AIDS is the cure to the vileness called homosexuality, right? And so the girl who was least on board is like, okay, we gotta take him out, and yada yada yada. It starts getting the lines start getting blurred, the people that they start killing aren't exactly, you know, like she just had bad taste in literature. She was just illiterate. Like, why would you kill her, you know? And so all throughout this movie, they've kind of got a guy who's like, I don't know who the equivalent of him would be, like Newt Gingrich or Rush Limbaugh or like Alex Jones or something. He's kind of like your stereotypical alt-right guy you would call these days, right? Your alt-right demagogue or whatever, who's got, and so he's always on TV in the movie, and so they're talking shit about him, like, man, you know, one day if we ever got him to sit at our dinner table, you know. And so, yeah, I'm not going to ruin the movie, but I gave you a good build up to it, and it's worth watching. There's a lot of good actors in it, but I didn't kill her. I just thought that we'll it's a great question, because it's, if we're going to start taking this kind of punitive action, you know, the police in Poland weren't trying to eventually start killing pregnant women, but eventually through,
I guess what I'm saying is, like, this group is going to attract people who don't know very much about philosophy, that have essentially unquestioned, you know, maybe they think they've questioned their belief, but really she hadn't questioned a lot of her beliefs, right? Like, we didn't get to talk about, well, the population of humans is increasing, so where those souls come from, right? I mean, at the same time, I agree, like, it's not, you know, if the purpose of this group is to focus on real philosophy as opposed to ideology, like, I'm not thrilled about talking about ideology so much, because then it just becomes a political battle, right? But if let's suppose that the purpose is to talk about philosophy proper, and if people aren't doing that, then we should make them talk about philosophy, and until they either talk about philosophy or they leave of their own free will. I mean, unless somebody's being truly disruptive or something, and you can't, they're not absolutely not following the rules. But I wasn't expecting her to be cut off, because she's following the rule, the ad hoc rules, whatever they may be. But yeah, so I mean, the question is, what is the criteria? Is it, I mean, if it's just the other person is not coming around to your point of view, well, for me, welcome to my world, you know?
yeah, well, it was an experiment. Like I said, I didn't know how you would react to it. I imagine there would be some kind of reaction. You're telling me, well, first off, we don't have an in-group yet. You, me, David haven't said, hey, we're going to meet up regularly. These are the rules we're going to abide by. These are what the rules we expect of others if they're going to abide by. We haven't negotiated that yet. So this was an experiment. And honestly, it could be a mistake. Like, next time I talk to David, I'll bring it up, and because he's got a different tactic. Like, he said that he talked to that JP character again after the one I didn't have the patience for, you know, it got under my skin. And he said he just agreed with him and provided no resistance. But the thing is, I think it was mostly just the two of them talking, and he made him bored. He just agreed with him until he was like, okay, you're not twitching with the stuff I'm trying to get.
I'm not advocating for that. Right. I don't think that we should bore ourselves to death in order to placate somebody until they leave. Like, I'm not advocating for that. I'm saying, like, let's decide, you know, if we, you know, apart, you know, maybe then, you know, before the next meeting, if you decide, like, okay, this is open forum, right? So we don't have a definite topic, but maybe the rule is we should be talking more about philosophy than, well, I mean, she was talking about philosophy. It was just wrong. Well, but then everybody else's philosophy is wrong compared to mine. So I think the map or the model is a philosophy. I think everyone's got one. You know, even if you're mammal, you've got. I mean, it's not a communicable in the same way we think of it as a philosophy. No, we all are calibrated differently, and so we all have a philosophy. Hers included supernaturalism. And So did Stevens. Well, if Stevens doesn't, then he at least advocates for people believing in it, even if it's not true.
I think he's an interesting cat. I can't pin him down. I think he's just being poetic, and he likes saying I think he likes being combative. Like, I don't know how seriously he takes the Trump being the captain of his pirate ship. I think he's saying that just to kind of give the glamour of he doesn't mind saying politically incorrect things, and he likes the fire and the poetry. I think he likes a little bit more oomph, like y'all are just talking boring stuff. So I don't know. That's the impression I get from him, but I haven't pinned him down. I like a lot of his criticisms when he throws in good monkey wrenches. So it makes me rethink, hey, he brought up a good point. No one's talking about.
I don't agree with anything. I don't think he said anything smart, and I think that he's perfectly serious about the Trump thing. It fits completely with everything I've ever heard from him say on other meetings.
Oh, so okay, I didn't know how many previous encounters you've had with him.
You know, it's like if you believe like that the world is doomed to fall into chaos, then why not go with Trump? Just accelerate it.
So he says things that I wouldn't say. Almost every time he talks, I smile, and it's just because I think it's just my nature. I like it's I don't think it's necessarily productive. It's a productive part of me that enjoys this. It's the part of me that likes a fight being picked. Like, ooh, he's using fighting words. Like, I want to see what happens. So I don't think it's necessarily the productive part of me that's entertained by what he says, because I'm not saying the things he's saying, but I'm also not stopping him. I don't think like he's necessarily. Part of me wants to have a unifying effect, like a collaborative. We're communicating. I don't think it's in line with those goals, what I did with her. And I think I was losing my patience. And I do think it is a fascistic part of me that excluded her from.
I mean, I don't think her philosophy, I think she and Stephen should probably get along quite well. The only difference is I think Stephen is more Christian centric in his picture of the world. But
I think he calls it dynamism. Max Stirner, Nietzsche. I think he has a godless worldview that's open to using godly metaphors, but that I don't know. I haven't got him pinned. You possibly have more encounters with him than I do. I've only been doing this a month and a half or so. So I don't know. So far though, he's been entertaining enough and not too disruptive. But I don't know. I might lose that opinion. I might think, he just starts shit a lot, and I don't really want to. I don't know. I feel like he's worth giving another chance to, because he seems to think for himself. I do get that impression from him. So so I do think there should possibly be more rules to just, it's an open forum. I don't have a channel of my own, and I haven't felt the confidence in asking, like David, for example, hey, you mind if I host Philosophy Dojo twice a week or whatever? And the rules would be no accusing someone of being immoral or their family, respect different viewpoints. It's okay to challenge them, practice tact, try not to monopolize too much time, and play like that. Sounds like a decent, but then it's still hard, like you were saying, to exclude. I don't want to talk about supernatural all night long. I feel like I'm well read and I have enough real world experience to say that's not a worthwhile realm of thought to just, I don't know. It's fun to talk.
Bad science is not philosophy, right? So she was not giving a philosophical argument. There are philosophical arguments for the supernatural, which are wrong, but when she was saying that, when these Buddhists die, that they don't decay like other people. Like, well, yeah, they do, right? There's just no. Yeah, I'm sure that their monastery says that they don't.
No, the guy that she's talking about, I've seen him. Like, no, there's a couple of them. No, they coat them in honey and oil and other things. They preserve them as part of their shrine. They're maintained. They're mummies. They're Buddha mummies. You know, so I don't know. This is a great question because like so I've been trying to get to know David a little bit more because. So there's this thing. There's a lot of philosophers. Almost all the group meetings that have say we're going to talk about Sartre today, or Heidegger, or Nietzsche, or Kierkegaard, or whatever. Some of the main, the popular philosophers or whatever. Every time I get involved in them, I feel like at least a handful of the people are. I don't know if there's a couple words that I don't know if any of them are perfect. Either being apologists or exegetical. Or hermeneutical, where they're talking about the person as if they are biblical canon or something like that. Well, I think Sartre was trying to continue what Nietzsche was saying. And the thing for me is I think they're all great to read, but just, I think for myself, I've got disagreements with them. And I feel like I don't want to join the Sartre conversation anymore because I feel like it would be disruptive to the people who feel like they are getting something out of Sartre. So I don't want to waste their time or my time talking about Sartre all day, because I'm just going to say whatever. So I think there's something to the open forum that it's more appealing to the kind of people like that think for themselves. I don't just refer to Nietzsche every time I want to talk about my idea. I like some of his ideas in the way he worded them because they resonate with my ideas. Same with Max Stirner, same with a bunch of people, but I think for myself. So I feel like an open forum format is the only thing really appealing to that. And it is hard to decide, well, when do you, so like David talks about, he likes continental philosophy, but not so much analytical philosophy. So what we do, I feel like, is much more analytical than continental philosophy, but it's just, I don't know. So like, I feel like he doesn't say it a lot, but if you get to know him, he'll say, well, that's what Kenneth Smith says, or he's got his other references. But Kenneth Smith is an interesting one where Kenneth Smith seems to have flowery words, and he does seem to be talking importantly about philosophy in general. It seems like the more I read of him, he's prescribing that we can overcome our biases and our stupidities if we get outside of our box and relate to someone else. For example, Greek culture. So let's dig into and really try to become Greek people again. Whereas I don't really want to do that. Like, yeah, they've got deep ideas and I think they had an agonistic way of life. And I like that. I call it the dojo. But the agonistic, like, no, we're having a rap battle. Whose poetry can get the better applause? Whose idea,
I think the problem with Kenneth Smith was the first meetup of David's that I heard about. And so I attended it, and my reaction was, when I did the reading, was negative. I think most people see it as a positive, right? If you like continental philosophy, it will appeal to you because it's rhetoric. It's nothing but rhetoric. When you try and say, okay, what is the actual claim here? What is the scientific experiment or the sociological experiment that would validate what this person says? If I try and translate what this person is saying into the simplest possible form that makes sense, to try and simplify it and take out the emotional part of what he's saying, or take the emotional part and spell it out what it's saying, there's nothing there. It's just playing off of, hey, there are certain things in society that I don't like, or all these negative things about rationalism and science. I'm like, no, what is your alternative? You don't, what all we're doing is, what analytic philosophy is, the way I describe the difference, is analytic philosophy tries to be clear about meaning. When we do this, we sometimes oversimplify things, but at least we think we know what we're talking about. Continental philosophy is more like poetry. It's like the Rorschach ink blot test. Everybody reads into it their own life, their own meaning, because it's vague, because it's either it's armchair sociology, armchair, history, armchair psychology, combined with very, very long sentences, which if you try to sum them up, I mean, there's a really great article about Jordan Peterson's work where they're like, take his book and the statements that he made and just try and, he has this very, very long sentence that looks like, very erudite and very, learned and so on, but very long. But like you sum it up to what it actually means, it says nothing. It says something completely obvious. Like sometimes people get confused, but it's done in very, very complex language that makes it sound like he's saying something deep when he isn't.
Yeah. So I read like 3 essays of Kenneth Smith's, and I want to read all of them just so I can say, listen, I'm not just criticizing because I read one little bit. I've read enough of them. I have a well-formed, this is what I don't like about it. But so far of what I listened to the interview that I guess David did with him while he was doing like college radio or something. So actually hearing him talk, I felt like was much more useful than reading what he wrote, because he was doing it in real time. And the thing is I can agree with what he's talking about is what, I could call philosophy, but I guess I just look at it like I think of a meta model. I think philosophers are people who question our models of reality. And no, he likes playing with it, and he thinks we shouldn't take them for granted. And I just summed it up. Only he said it much more poetically. He said it with a tone of voice that his timing I was listening to it I would be much more interested in listening to that than the sentence I just said describing it, and reading the words like, yeah, I have not used that word to describe that. And it is fun talking about people as zombies or, the dangers of atomized individuality or whatnot. But other than we should study Greek culture and empathize with them more, I don't know what kind of solution. I don't know what the punchline is of it,
right.
And I kind of asked David about this once, and he said, people who always ask what the solution is they're just saying they don't want to listen to you. And I was just like, interesting. Well, I kind of don't want to keep listening to Kenneth Smith if I don't know where it's going, if you don't give me a teaser of, so
I mean, all this social criticism, the kind of thing that David likes, a lot of it is supposedly motivated by being against authoritarianism. But I have to wonder in practice whether it actually works out that way, because it doesn't seem clear to me at all. If anything, I see continental philosophy as anti-intellectual. That when you bring up a valid criticism, they're like, well, you just haven't read this book and this book and this book and this book and this book. And I'm like, okay, you haven't read books on quantum field theory, but if you ask me how quantum field theory works, I will be thrilled to give you the oversimplified version, right? So why can't you do the same? And I think it's because they don't have a consistent view of their own work, or they read into it, what they're sort of like yes, I'm the kind of person that reads this thing, or I sympathize with this ideological position, but it doesn't actually have any teeth. The philosophy of science, I will say, there are some things like Thomas Kuhn and Lakatos. I think I did some reading recently and I'm like, okay, this is pretty good stuff.
What was the second one?
It's spelled like Lakatos. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, yeah, that isn't a familiar. Yeah, well, I've got Thomas Kuhn's, The Structure of Scientific Revolution. So I recommended Perceptual Control Theory, I believe, some William T. Powers work to you. William T. Powers, as far as if I've got it right, I think he's married to Thomas Kuhn's daughter. So, anyways, yeah. I don't know. Lakatos. I've seen it. I've never heard it pronounced before. I used to call bourgeois Borges, remember? So, anyways, Lakatos. Yeah, I'll look him up a little bit more. Well,
anyway, I don't know.
It's like, so in the Kenneth Smith meetings, honestly, I went to 2 of them. I don't think I'm going to go back to those either. I
mean, I don't want to discourage you. If you're enjoying them, that's enough reason to go. I don't want to.
No. Well, so I enjoy challenging people, especially ones that challenge me. So I feel like you've asked questions or you've said things that you're understanding me by disagreeing with me, and I like it. So I know you're seeing at least some of what I'm seeing, if you can disagree with it, and in the way that you are. So it makes me rethink my position. And yeah, like I am open-minded to, oh fuck, I shouldn't, it's useless for me to say that. That has nothing to do with what I care about. I'm going to stop saying that, or make my arguments shorter or whatever. Like, I feel like I'm growing from it, There's a couple other guys. Like when I talked with David, it's challenging to me, but I feel like I'm working on being friends with someone. I'm practicing my skills, challenging him in a nice way, and still trying to keep him playing with me, but I'm not being too mean, but I'm also saying I don't see things that way enough, and I think he likes that, and I think he's also
I think he's tried to bore me off of the channel once before, unless he just has nothing to say to me. So
I think he does that too. I also think he's distracted a lot, but I also think if you keep coming back, even if he doesn't like you, he warms up to you. He says, like Steven, I don't know how much him and Steven get along with each other. It's like Heron. Heron, I've seen pop up in a couple of these meetings where other people have obviously had many encounters with Heron and go, shut up, Heron. No, Heron, just stay the fuck out of this. Because I know why, just from the few encounters I've had with Heron, that
yeah, he has a way of stating his point of view that can really rub people the wrong way. But I had a extended conversation with Heron, and I'm like, okay, let's see where we disagree. And we, for the most part, didn't disagree, which was interesting. That rarely happens. And then I spoke with a guy from Australia, from Melbourne, Les, and we had more disagreements, I think, but he's also a philosopher and has written some interesting stuff. He sent me some links to some of the stuff he's written.
Aaron?
Les.
Oh, Les. Yeah, I think I got I think I may have gotten a notification. He was a bald man, a English gentleman, I think. Is that the guy?
Australian.
Oh, Australian? Okay. I think I may have seen a couple minutes when I get a notification when it says he's live now. So sometimes I've joined in a couple of them that way. Usually I want a little bit of notice. So I guess the thing is, so there's like this guy, James Cook, who does, he's been doing like Heidegger and Nietzsche and Sartre talks. And so David hosts most of these things, and I feel like depending on, so there's this in the Kenneth Smith one, there's a guy, Rick Marshall, who isn't the host. David's the host, but Rick Marshall is just so into Kenneth Smith. He's really well spoken on the subject, so he's kind of like the de facto host or moderator of it, because he just does most of the lion's share of the talking. So James Cook is one of these guys too, who it's usually Nietzsche or Heidegger or Sartre that I've seen him talking in, but I don't know what other groups he's in. Those are just the videos that I've seen him talking in. And just my thing is I want to get them out of there. I'm talking in reference to this one person. I feel like they think for themselves, and maybe a lot of their thoughts are influenced or based on these people, but I want to like get them in a venue where I can strip them away from like the security blanket of I fall back on this guy's philosophy, because I really want to challenge like Rick Marshall on. He believes that we have less instincts than most animals, and that's where we get our free will from, and that I've heard this is actually kind of an ideal version of a lot of different arguments I've heard, that like Steven Pinker kind of was debunking them by saying, no, we do have these. So he's an actual person who holds all these views that I feel like from the authors I've read and have verified through experience, like, no, we're full of instincts. We're mimetic creatures. We don't have free will. We've got virtual free will, but it's just a feeling, we're robots. And and I want to get into what makes him tick. Why is he spouting off Kenneth Smith? Does he think that'll save the world too? But I don't get a chance to, because it's not part of that format. So
my impression is that the Continental Project is very different. And I mean, it's Continental really, I've been criticized for, arguing the two sides, analytic versus Continental, that Continental is really, that both of them are very broad. There's a lot of philosophers that are categorized on both sides. And so there's sure to be some people on the Continental side, like, Thomas Kuhn, for example, is usually classified as a Continental philosopher.
Really?
Yeah. To me, he fits on the analytic side just fine. But yeah, so my impression though is that I've had the same thing. Like when I talk to people who are interested in analytic philosophy, or maybe I should put it the other way. People that come to philosophy to solve a problem are usually gravitate to analytic philosophy. Right? So you want to solve a problem like free will or metaethics or materialism or theory of mind, right? Philosophy of mind. Those things are analytic topics. You have to be careful about your definitions. You have to be able to, talk about what the science has to say about these things. So you're doing something different from science when you're doing philosophy. And you're trying to attack these problems and you want to be clear. Continental philosophers, I think, have almost no insight. I honestly don't. I think that a lot of what's done on their side has to do with, if you look at like existentialism, for example. Existentialism talks about, how we find ourselves like thrown into our circumstances and how we deal with that. And, not in an empirical way, like how in fact do people deal with this, as would be, explained by a study, but more like, how can we deal with it? How ought we do it? Let's propose a model of how we can get through life and make choices for ourselves, etc. I don't even care. It doesn't seem relevant. I can see like having an ideology like, you know what? I didn't have a choice as to how I ended up here, but I'm going to make the best of it. Well, like, that's not very deep. I pretty much just described it just now. Now, you know, like
that is a good summary of what I heard of Sartre today. So,
right, and you know, I'm totally oversimplifying it, and I'm sure there are deep things to be noticed in our experience of life that they have put their finger on. But it strikes me more like art than philosophy, more like poetry than philosophy. What I want to know is, what can I determine? What can I usefully determine about the world? What is like the great, in some way, the dream of philosophy is the world isn't the way it naively seems. And so you ended up with, you know, people like Plato, who believed that there was a Platonic realm in which there were perfect forms, that we're living in the cave, right? This is the thing all the way through philosophy. This is the way it's been, right? To me, one of those sorts of insights is the way Dennett talks about free will, which is that free will is compatible with determinism.
So this is what Dennett says.
Yes, and I agree with him. I'm a compatibilist. There's like in theories of free will, there are two camps typically: compatibilism and incompatibilism. And the incompatibilists believe that free will is incompatible with determinism.
That's why I call it virtual free will. I don't think free will really is compatible with determinism, but we have a subjective feeling of making choices, which is good enough to call the choices I made, the ones you can hold me accountable for in court.
Well, what Dan Dennett says is that determinism gives you all the free will that's worth having. So, for example, let's say I make really good decisions in a deterministic way. Free will is useless because it will either mean that I make slower decisions or worse ones. I don't want to run out into the street and get hit by a car. I have a pretty good value system that prevents me from doing that. I don't want the free will for that not to happen.
Like the freedom of will over whether your heart's beating or whether you're going to breathe. Like.
Right. Or basically it's that I can set up a deterministic system that serves my interests. And having like, I think that, well, what is the value? Like if I have a structured system, I have reasons why I do things. I have instincts that serve me well. What does free will add?
So the only use I think it's like a corporate personhood. It's a useful fiction, particularly for legal purposes. Like you are the one that caused this crime and we do not want it to happen again, so we're going to punish you for the choice that you made freely, even though if we had an omniscient God's eye view of the situation, even though there is no God or that kind of God, that no, there was no choice. He was going to kill that person.
Well, there is often we do have a choice, right? But we didn't get to choose our values. So if I don't get to choose my values, you could say, well, then ultimately I didn't have choice, right? I did make a choice, but I chose to act in favor of certain values. Those values, acting on those values was a crime. But you're saying I don't have ultimate responsibility, right? Because I didn't get to choose my values. But there's no basis for choosing values. And in fact, this is where we get to the is-ought problem, which is that values cannot be determined from experiment. You can certainly determine what I value from experiment, but you can't determine what I ought to value from experiment.
So this just makes me think of like the if scenario. If you have two people that are equal in all respects except for this one difference in their value system, and one leads to reliably a miserable outcome compared to the other one, which comes out happily. Yeah, the positive thinker or whatever, the person with that value reliably comes out on top. It could be argued that is the reason why we should adopt the value of that scientifically.
Well, the thing is that what you put in there was happiness, right? And usually implicit in happiness is that it's a valuable state. So that formula doesn't really work because, you know, if you say, you know, it would have to be something where some scenario where, let's say, being kind, you know, or being humanitarian, you might say, well, if we act in a humanitarian, and this is counterfactual because I don't believe it's true, but if it were the case that acting in a humanitarian way would ultimately lead to the premature end of our civilization, right? We have two values which are at stake, which is long-term survival of our civilization and some of the things that that might entail, and living a quality of life that we regard today as being morally good and acceptable, or at least for humanists anyway, right? Now, you could say, well, then we should be evil or like cruel, let's say, but extend our civilization on indefinitely. Well, but then you have an indefinitely cruel civilization. And then it's like, well, why, how do you value is an indefinitely cruel civilization worth more than a shorter term humanitarian society? And it's not clear which one of those two scenarios, like they both end badly, which one of those two scenarios is better is a value judgment. And it's not a value judgment that can be determined from fact. Because valuing indefinite length, you know, an indefinite length of a society that's cruel, that, you know, there is, then you could say, well, that maximizes survival. But survival isn't a person's only value, right? We value survival. We value living in a society that we believe is humane to us. And so we have these conflicting values. And there's no formula that tells us that one value definitely outweighs the other.
Where's the conflict? So I didn't hear the conflict between.
The conflict is if you have a humanitarian society that you know is only going to last 200 years, versus a cruel society which will last 1,000.
You're talking about our hypothetical conflict, our argument.
Yes, I'm saying let's suppose those facts were the case. Which of these two scenarios would be better? I would prefer the former, I mean, the humanitarian one that only lasts 200 years. Now, this is in some ways, it's not exactly a ridiculous example, but it's something where, okay, a person has differing values. And somebody who would say, no, the most important thing is survival, therefore we should be cruel. like there's no how, you know, you can see how someone would say, no, I'd rather die than live in a cruel society.
So okay. Well, I'll say this in regards to the specific scenario we're talking about. I don't think necessarily one generation or one wave of cruelty of one generation necessarily necessitates a future of cruelty. Now, the example I think of, because I like citing examples for why I think a certain way, is Hawaii and the Polynesian Islands. King Kamehameha the first united the islands by throwing all of his enemies off cliffs. Now, after the fact, they had a unified way of life that everyone belonged to, and basically they talk about him as great. Like, I don't remember what movie it was, but it was the if Hitler had taken over the world and accomplished his final solution, and generations after the fact would say, yeah, he made the great sacrifice and got rid of all of the parasitic peoples that were dragging down our great Aryan race, you know, and he was a hero and he was great the same way Kamehameha in Hawaii was great, you know. So he didn't succeed, he didn't get to write history, and he didn't get to consolidate his global power once he got there. If he did, we probably wouldn't be told he was a cruel son of a bitch. We would say, man, he made some hard decisions in a time when no one else was thinking that way, you know. And I'm not justifying that scenario. I'm just saying Kamehameha is my.
I don't think that's what people would think.
Well, Kamehameha is the great. He unified the islands.
I mean, he told his own story. That's like saying that in German history books, they would say that Hitler was a great guy if he had won. But yeah, sure, the German history books would say that. But if you look at like what's going on in the world today, like even when you look at what Columbus did, Columbus was really, I mean, committed great atrocities against Native Americans, right?
He didn't kill all of his enemies. He left some alive to tell the tale that contradicts the official story that he was a great hero that pioneered the new world.
No, the official story is that he did that. He wrote about it. And in fact, in his time, he was castigated for what he did.
Well, it's my argument that we don't live in a Nazi regime, that there is allowed alternative histories to the mainstream, because I've heard it in the context of when you're a little kid, they tell you he's a hero, but by the time you get into high school, they tell you about how he killed basically all of the natives on Hispaniola. You know, he was a genocidal maniac that wanted, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
But I guess we're getting off topic here. What I'm saying is that you cannot determine by experiment which one of those two values is better.
Okay. So I don't know how to argue that, and I don't know if I even necessarily disagree. I feel like I'm approaching it from an angle that kind of makes that argument. I don't know how to make that relevant to the way I think of things. So I think of the term homeostasis, and I think of different levels of homeostasis. So normally we think of bodily homeostasis, you know? Yeah, I need a certain amount of temperature. Our survival, our basic survival needs. We need this much sleep. We need this much oxygen and nutrients, the 52 essential vitamins and minerals. We need a certain temperature range, you know, and a certain amount of water. And that's not enough. We're social creatures. We evolved to have our individual homeostasis dependent on others. You know, I often refer to the, you know, babies used to die because doctors would go from doing classes with cadavers to delivering babies, and they'd get infected. And so when they isolated the babies completely from human contact, more of them, almost all of them, died. So we need, just like other social creatures, just like other mammals, contact with our contact. It doesn't even need to be our own species, but we need that other, that group, even if it's just a robot petting you, You know, it can accomplish the same thing, even if it's just that white ball that the Gosling imprints on. We have a certain need for a community, you know, even if it's artificial. So that's when we get into a social degree of homeostasis. So in like family therapy, they talk about the homeostasis of the family. There's a certain balance of power. You know, I do think we need to have a homeostasis with our social environment, even if they're not our in-group, you know? So the skills that a prisoner of war learns to accomplish homeostasis in a very antagonistic environment aren't the kind of skills that are going to get you homeostasis when you're back home with your family. Not expressing emotion because it's a sign of weakness that you'll get punished for or will be taken advantage of for isn't the kind of homeostatic strategy for having a loving family and an emotionally reciprocal family. So,
okay. So where's this going?
No, well, I'm saying so there's different degrees of homeostasis, right? So arguably the integrity of an individual and a community is worth more than the individual's biological homeostasis. So it's a way of saying it would be better to be moral and die than to live as monsters or whatever, according to morality, or to live without integrity. I like the word integrity better. So like an example I think of a lot is Gregory Bateson talked about the Native American church. They had a peyote ritual that was sacred to them, that they were being persecuted.
You told me the story. Yeah.
Yeah, they were being persecuted for because it wasn't to the norm. And some outsiders said, well, if you let us set up cameras and record this, you know, we can show the others that this is a sacred sacrament, that that there's something to this, that you're not just getting high and this isn't destructive to you, but there's a wholesome thing to this. And they all got together and said, no, you know, it would ruin the integrity of this for us to have cameras here ruining the vibe. Rather, we would rather keep our integrity and do it one last time, even if it would be the last time, you know. And it's a kind of way of saying, you know, if my only choice is to die instead of doing the horrible thing, I would rather die, you know. And I think that it's still a kind of homeostasis. It's still a kind of homeostasis that they're clinging to, that it's just a higher order of logic removed from the individual, you know? And I think it has something to do with the in-group. I think it has something to do with the belonging to a greater thing. So like, I'm open-minded to the idea that I believe in the possibility of being moral one day. I just haven't met anyone with the same set of values as me that I can agree to with them. Hey, if you act out of line, I'm going to say you're fucking up. That's bad. That's immoral, because we both agreed to this social contract, you know? And so my thing is I just don't think I have that with someone. I'm not ruining any integrity with that, with strangers, you know? Like I'm thinking of like, I don't remember who it was. There was someone, they were being shown a macaque monkey, and she was talking about why we can't reintroduce these macaques to the wild. And she said macaques are xenophobic in-group species. So she said, watch, I'll come up to it and you're standing over there and I go, ooh. And the second I go, ooh, the macaque goes, ooh. And she starts staring at you because I, as a human who she's identified with as her in-group, have pointed out another human, and now she's going, ooh, fuck that human. You know, I don't like him. You went, ooh, at him in the right way. And the thing is she was saying we cannot introduce him back into the wild because he's going to identify with humans and not with his, so he's going to have an improper calibration of his in-group.
One of my best friends, we became friends when I told her about a book I had just read called Macachiavellian Intelligence. And it's about parallels between rhesus macaques and humans, the two most successful primates on the planet. And the thing that we have in common is that we fight continuously for status. But then when food comes in, it goes straight to the top. Whereas other species, the interaction is quite different. Like they might fight over the food, right? So there's a lot more to it than that, but that's one of the things the book is about. So yeah, I know exactly what it is with macaques, that they have a strong in-group and out-group, and they go to war.
Well, that it's not just macaques, and it's not just primates, and it's not just humans, but it's mammals too. You know, it's social creatures. So like oxytocin, like I've heard this before, but I'm glad another guy brought it up in context. I think it was our last meeting, maybe, where he was talking about how oxytocin not only does it make you bond with others, but it also increases your pleasure at the pain of someone who's against your in group.
Right.
So that's why, to me, you know, when she was talking about, do you have love in your heart? I'm saying I do. It has everything to do with picking sides. These are my people that I love, and I will defend them and get joy out of protecting them from our enemies, you know? So
I feel the exact opposite to that. Like I feel like humanity is my in-group. And that when people try to create in-groups that are smaller than that, like nations or races or whatever, I find that very offensive. Like I'm not saying that on a personal level that I would get along with everybody, because I totally do not, right? But like on an ideological level, it's almost like if you know, if you, let's say you grew up in a big family and you had factions form in the family that were like incredibly antagonistic to each other, and they took sides, right? And you ended up with these two clans. I would find that like really unpleasant on multiple levels. If somebody tried to include me, let's say I happen to be closely related to somebody on one side of the clan, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm going to take the side of my clan because that's my brother. I'd be like, this is no. First of all, I'd probably be like, I don't want anything to do with this, or this whole thing has got way out of hand. And I see this happen all the time with, you know, I've seen it happen in my family to some extent, where for whatever reason, you know, you get this sort of these factions form. And I mean, there are people that I really like. There are people that I really want to hang out with, where I feel like, you know, I'd love to hang out with those people, and, you know, I think we'd really get along. And there are some people where, you know, what Ava was talking about with chemistry. Yeah, I feel this chemistry with some people, and it's just like, I see them and I smile. They just hit the right spot for me, right? But I don't, and I guess I don't really see them as my in-group though. I'm not saying that they aren't my in-group, but in-group and out-group is not. Have you read The Righteous Mind?
The Righteous Mind? No, I haven't heard of it. It sounds cool. I like playing with the word righteous occasionally. Yeah, my studies are a bit all over the place. One of my favorite Kabbalistic principles is that the righteous take heaven by force because it's their right. Like that, so the righteous are considered forceful in Kabbalah.
So it's a book by Jonathan Haidt, and
I've heard of him.
It's about political morals, and it's about the difference between statistical difference between liberals and conservatives. And liberals tend to care about 2 out of the 5. He created like 5 dimensions of moral judgment, and liberals care about 2 of them. conservatives care about all of them, statistically, right? So liberals care about fairness and harm reduction. The other dimensions are in-group, out-group, purity, and authoritarianism. So it's backed up. It's a scientific thing. It's not just, hey, maybe it's like this. They actually did studies to tease this out and measure it, right? And I agree with the inference that, I as a liberal, I care most about reduction of harm and about fairness. I don't care about in-group, out-group. I don't care about purity. Okay, I'm going to adjust that slightly.
Well, I think so.
Purity, you really have to stick me with something before the purity is going to.
Well, I'll accuse you of this a little bit, right? So if you'll, in good spirits. So like, I'm all over the place. I openly say I don't vote, and so I don't have very many friends because I haven't found an in-group good enough for me. I like the idea of making an in-group out of individuals, and that's a tenuous project that's constant. That's a constant work in progress. So you do seem to, since you identify as a liberal, point out when someone's like Stephen, for example. So I know that I can openly say that there are sentiments of me that are probably farther right than most people, but I also know that I can justify that through how I talk and say that I also have far left sentiments too, so that if you give me the time of day, you'll hear me criticize Biden and Trump both to a certain degree, even though I can overall say I lean a little bit more to the right. I still don't lean enough to vote that way, but it's enough that I can also say I'm not a member of them. I think that they've got their own version of stupidity compared to the other. So I can say that I do see a little bit of in-group, out-group when it comes to political views with you.
There's definitely, politics does create an in-group and an out-group. So, and that can be pretty strong. But it wasn't always that way, right? So if you go back, the thing is you have to go back to like before the 90s to see it. There was a lot more commonality between the two different parties. There was a lot more bipartisanship. And in the 90s, the Republicans decided they didn't want that anymore. And so they've been getting progressively more and more like uncooperative, right? They don't compromise. They form this very rigid bloc that always votes together, whereas Democrats tend to be, they tend to be more liberal and more like, I'm going to think for myself and I'm going to vote different. I'm not just going to vote this way because the party is voting this way, which is, commendable, right? But now, like, we were talking about Trump the other day. I don't think you appreciate how not normal Trump is.
No, well, I thought about what we were saying, and I can grant that. Like I was easing up to your point of view after we had our conversation. Now I can see how he is enabling or fomenting the innate racism that's in a handful, and even encouraging it to a certain extent. But so in the talk that I had last, I don't think it was yesterday, but yeah, maybe it was. No, one of the last talks I had with David. No, well, it was the one that we got to bring up race, and it was perfect because there was no one was there with extreme enough views that we were able to actually nitpick what we're talking about. And I was able to talk about how anti-racism can be a bit more intolerant than racism. And this is like, because so the last time I talked to you, I didn't get a chance to say the day, or I don't remember how far I got into it. I had a refreshing conversation with an anti-Semite who was a Holocaust denier, and it was a much more pleasant and civil conversation than the tone JP was coming across, you know. And like JP probably wasn't a Holocaust denier, and he seemed to be anti-religious Jew and was confusing it a little bit, but whatever. I felt bad for I won't go too far down that. The point was that I had a refreshing and civil conversation with a racist guy, whereas I have been accused of being racist, like, or being a Nazi for just not saying the right thing to someone, whereas just saying we've got to root out and weed out racism with a guy like this, if you didn't say it was a problem, if you didn't single him out or say, if you didn't nitpick every little word that he said, he's just not a problem. Like I do think that and I think I've spelled out enough how I think that there are racism-based, you know, problems. You know, talked about the war on drugs, the prison system, and I do think there's other things we can get into in more detail. That's one of the most obvious ones to me, is that you basically still have the enslavement of African Americans through the war on drugs at the exact same plantations that used to be cotton picking slave plantations. So that being said, though, I don't think it's as big of a problem as people are making out, particularly in the ways that the Black Lives Movement was calling it a problem. I was actually offended that the Black Lives Movement wasn't saying end the war on drugs. They were saying defund the police, and that's just not good for anyone. It's only good for our international competitors. Like, if we're going to train the police to be more tolerant, or if we're going to weed out who the good old boys are that have been there a couple decades too long, that have some outmoded ways of thinking, it's going to cost money to do this, to train the people, you know? And just,
I agree with that. I don't think defund the police is a good slogan. And I don't think it's good policy in the sense, I think that one of my friends I spoke to recently said, what we really mean is police departments should not be buying themselves tanks, right? We should not be funding them to the point that they buy tanks. You know, that money could have gone to social services, right? Which makes sense. In fact, it's going to cost more money, right? Because we're going to have to train the police better. That costs money. And we need to provide the social services so police don't have to do jobs that they're not really trained for, right? It's not their job to talk down people that have mental illness or, you know, dealing with social problems that aren't really police enforcement problems, right?
Well, they've got a crazy job. They're first responders in situations that are a mixed grab bag. You know, you don't know what you're going to come across. So you should be as well adjusted socially a person as possible, if for that position of responsibility. You know, well, I guess I was just getting at, so like I look at numbers for myself. I look up FBI numbers, who's dying, who's killing who. Black people are not being killed by they're not being killed en masse by white people or by cops. And I do think there's a lot of residual. Look, my way of circumventing all of this is saying we should all be a part of one company, right? It sounds a little bit Marxist or whatever, but if everyone had a share in the same company, we would all have an equal paycheck. And yeah, of course, people who work harder for the company, you're going to have your paid by the hour, but at least as a base rate, everyone gets paid. And I don't like calling it universal basic income. I like calling it universal basic employment, which is every week, in order to pick up your check, you've got to participate in the manager meeting of all of the owners in your local quadrant, where you send up the network of communication your feedback for how things aren't being run as smoothly, both as an owner and as a customer of the great company that we're all a part of. And this immediately leads open to, oh my God, we all want more automation because we don't have to work as hard for the same job to get done, and we don't have to worry about people being put out of work for this, because we're all going to be making more money off of things being easier for everyone. And yeah, the people who work harder, of course, are going to get paid more. But what I love about this is it completely twists on its head. The rich now are going to be the people that are working the hardest and are going to be the biggest heroes, because their work is going to be paying everyone else's paycheck. So we're no longer going to be saying behead the rich, eat the rich. We're going to be saying, yeah, these people, and there's nothing wrong with saying the people who are rich now, who probably got their wealth through nefarious means, guess what? They get to keep their wealth. We don't need to have a reign of terror. Just all of a sudden, their money is now part of the big bank account that we all own. So yeah, they're going to collect more interest than others on it, but we're all going to be able to use it. So it's just, there's ways of circumventing a lot of these arguments that, yeah, that's a long shot. How am I going to put that into effect?
I think that this idea of, I see people on the left using like Marxist or posting pictures of guillotines and stuff. It's foolish. Like, you don't understand how fragile peace and democracy are. Like, at the same time, what's going on with our economy right now is out of control, and you have very, very wealthy people doing better and better. In fact, if you have $1 million, right, you can basically live off the $1 million and never have to work again, right? You're set for life, because you can invest that and you will just,
yeah.
Everybody else is working like a dog. And if people were started working like a dog, but then made it up, and it's like you had this American dream and everybody was upwardly mobile, I don't think anybody would even care. And that's the way it used to be. The thing is that since 1980, that stopped happening. Now, I mean,
I do think there's an
that's why you have this tension. And Republicans want to keep it the way it is. And the more they frustrate the masses by not allowing them to have the American dream, not basically having them stagnate, the closer it's going to be to eating the rich.
So okay. So you said earlier, you said liberals, you said conservatives and the liberals. So I hate the misuse of the word liberal. Technically, a lot of conservatives are liberal. There's a handful of different parts of the philosophy of liberalism, but our country was founded on liberalism. Now, if you go far enough left, you also have Marxists and some extreme Antifa and anarchist folk that say, screw the liberals. They're the ones that are also, so you have far right and far left both against liberalism. The words I like to use is there's conservatives and there's progressives. Now, there's an overlap in liberalism, but there's disagreement on specifics of liberalism when it comes to the conservative or progressive sides of it. Some of the conservative liberalism is more in conserving the liberty of the markets to do what they do as they do, because it's a winning formula. And if you mess it up too much, so I like Steven Pinker's view that conservatives on the right have a tragic worldview, and the progressives on the left have a utopian or an idealistic worldview, where the tragic ones on the right are saying things are tough and things suck and we want to avoid loss as much as possible, where the people on the left are saying, yeah, well, it could be so much better. We could be doing so much better than this. And so everyone as an individual has a little bit of these forces inside of them saying, oh, well, I can't just sit in my house all day doing nothing. I've got to get out there and try a little bit. I can't just be loss averse constantly. But there's also a piece of us that says, I can't just spread myself thin and give myself to this experiment that we haven't tried before. So,
but the thing is, it has been tried before. Like, first of all, you can look at Europe. Second, look at the United States. Do you know that the top marginal tax rate in the United States after World War II was 90%? And at the beginning of 1980, it was 70%. So it has been that, right? Now, it doesn't even have to be that high. But, you know, the bottom line is like, if you know, they talk about, oh, it will be a disincentive to investment. Will it? Where else can you make 10% a year on your income, right? Are you saying that if let's say I'm going to tax you at 50% instead of 25%, are you now not going to invest? Are you going to make $0 because you don't want to pay more tax?
It depends on the market. It depends on the options you have available. If you're the cheapest, yeah, people are going to come to you regardless of what it's at. If there's someone cheaper, more people are going to be putting there. Even if they're still investing in you, they're going to be investing more in something that's cheaper. Like, it's worthwhile to buy a silver mine just because you have a gold mine. It's just you're going to be making more from the gold mine. You should probably invest a little bit more in the gold mine than the silver mine. But
yeah, but the thing is that if you have millions of dollars, right, you're not going to make as much money if you just try and like earn interest in the bank, for example, right? What you're going to do is you're going to trade it and make, you know, put it into stocks or invest in businesses, etc. And you can grow your wealth that way much faster than if you just leave it sitting in the bank. And it doesn't matter whether I tax you at 50% or 60%, it's still true.
Yeah, well, I don't think we necessarily have the best banks and the best interest systems. I honestly think England, with its colonies that it still possesses as colonies, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, the tax havens, they have better banking policies. You know, Singapore has a lot of better incentives for certain kinds of industry than others. It's just America overall has kind of been the flagship for a lot longer than others in being reliable and predictable for upholding contract law, property law, and that's just, it has, we have a certain stability when it comes to capitalism that for monarchies and for other third world countries and whatnot, it's worthwhile to adopt our way of doing things if you want Americans to invest in your country, you know, or if you want the other big international corporations to invest in your country. So it's just I think it's a toxic system, but it's just it's a keeping up with the Joneses that we've been doing better at than a lot of other countries overall. And I don't think it's perfect, and I don't think it's good.
I think the problem with the banking system is the same problem that there was to some extent in 2008, which is that they don't, there were rules put in after the Great Depression to prevent another Wall Street crash. Those rules were watered down in the 80s. And that's why in 2008, you had this huge crash that destroyed the market, because the investment banks didn't have a firewall between their investment side and their regular banking side. So that meant that when they lost all that money on the housing market, instead of their investment banks just going under, now it was like the banks that you and I have our money in were threatened, right? That shouldn't have been the case. There were rules prior that had been taken down so that Wall Street could make more money. They wanted to be able to throw more money into these, you know, risky options. So what's been going on since then? The Republicans have then watered down the rules further. So they talked about, you know, too big to fail. The banks were too big to fail in 2008. If we had let the banks fail, the economy would have been blasted to smithereens. It would have been much, much worse. Okay, so they're too big to fail. We had to bail them out. But what we should have done is put in legislation to prevent them from having this problem again. And we didn't. And now we're threatened for the same reason by student loans. That's the problem with the banking system. The banking system itself, like if you had like regular, things for home loans, car loans, personal banking, there's nothing wrong with that system. The problem is that the banks have their investment sides where they take risky bets, and there's not enough separation between the two. So if you construct these very complicated options, where it's like they're basically doing with student loans what they did with home loans in 2007.
I don't disagree with you. I'm part of me in my mind's thinking of other ways in which I agree with you. Like I don't think it's just student loans, but I think you're right. That's probably one of the bigger ones, and it's also really pressing on the people who have student loans, the outstanding student loans.
I gotta tell you, I made a comment. Bernie Sanders wants like free college. I think that what the government should do is set up a standard where it's like, okay, for 20,000 a year or 15,000, let's say, we'll do this program. If a college offers a program that's $15,000 a year for up to 4 years, we will pay for that tuition. We will not pay 15,000 towards something that's 50,000. It's either you offer this plan for 15,000 or you don't get the money. And that way there's a cap on it, because I wrote this thing on my Facebook page, and one of my friends posted like, yes, I didn't know what I was doing when I signed up for college. And now I owe, like, basically she says she pays $500 a month to try and pay off her loans. At the end of the year, she owes exactly the same amount as she does the year before.
Yeah, she's just paying off the interest.
It's nuts.
It's like the opposite of if you have $1 million. If you know how to spend it wisely, you can live off it. It's the opposite, and it's kind of indentured servitude. It's a kind of it. It really is. I mean, unless you're just willing to fuck your credit life and be a bum and live off the books. That's for some people. It's fucked up to impose that on anyone who's ever been hoodwinked by the idea that you can get a nice government loan even though a third of it might be private, and there's some hidden strings attached that you're going to be regretting for the rest of your life. Well, so here's the thing. So I can usually get away with saying I like a handful of people on the right, and I really do like Ted Cruz and Rand Paul, right? Like I like them for weird reasons. I don't think either of them are perfect, right? But I also like a handful of people on the left. I like Tulsi Gabbard a lot, and I'm trying to find out a lot more about her. I do. She's interesting. I've heard her talk. Listen, I don't agree with everything. Sorry, you're just raising your eyebrows. I don't agree with everything she's about, but she thinks for herself. She's different. She has good intentions, and she's trying to figure out things as she goes while she's playing the game and trying to be honest. I don't know how much of a chance she has at actually becoming the president one day or making big changes in the world. I like her. Bernie Sanders is someone that I like. The one thing I hate about him that I wish I could reach into his brain and just switch differently was I wish he were pro-nuclear power. If he were pro-nuclear power, I like so much else about him. I'm willing to gloss over the rest of the details. Like, I don't agree. I think the Scandinavian model of socialism actually didn't work out as much as they think it did, and they're leaning more capitalist and more American style than they are. But they also have all of these social stopgaps and security measures for the social still in place that I do think overall their system's different enough and superior to ours in its social support systems, even if they are beginning to lean more free market than socialist. And even though he uses them as inspiration, when I actually looked at the details of his plans of how he was going to make his money, like, they're innovative. I don't see how there's economic disincentives to production or growth in certain arenas. He really was talking about a marginal tax on speculations, that's achievable. Like all it means is the super wealthy aren't going to become that much more super wealthy as quickly by like a very minuscule margin. And yeah, sure, that adds up over time to a lot. But if you're looking from their perspective, from their books, it's a fingernail of their wealth. It's not, it's, and it just would immediately go into not solving, but easing so many sectors of life that there's legitimate arguments or problems for. So
the thing is, I think that people, you know, the right's criticism of Biden was that he's a socialist. And the reason they say that, I mean, I think that Stephen had the same problem too, that people don't know what socialism is, right? Well, let me put it this way. They like socialism. They don't like the word.
Will you give me a second? I'm sorry, I've been holding it for just a second. I'll be right back.
Actually, I'm gonna have to get going. So
well, just so there's planned markets, that's fine. Well-planned markets, I'm fine. I don't like that definition of socialism. The one that I don't like that rubs me wrong is the appropriation and redistribution of the means of production, which basically means we're going to take your stuff and we're going to redistribute it. Arguably, America has never been completely capitalist if it means no socialism at all. The second we started imposing involuntary taxation, we became socialists. In fact, most people who work for the IRS justify their jobs for a not liked branch of the government with socialism. They say, well, what's wrong with taking and giving to others? Because that's what the IRS does. And that's why people hate them. They take our money and they do stuff with it that we might not agree with. You know, pretty much everyone gets behind roads, but they do a lot more than just pay for roads with the stuff. And that's where we get into our heated arguments over it. But so I don't like appropriating it because and I think this is a lot of, and not all of, but a handful of Republican or conservatives arguments, possibly more libertarian than conservative, is that if you start opening up to taking from the rich, what's to say, oh, we're not going to take from the poor, which is what the communists did. They said in Ukraine, all of you farmers, even though you're peasants, are wealthy landowners, we're going to kill you all. And now no one knows how to farm anymore. So like, there's real, have you seen Wild Wild Country about Osho on Netflix? So he was a wealth encouraging communist. He's a weirdo. It's hard to pin him down. I've read a handful of his literature. But he believed in, you know, as the leader of his community, yeah, if he's a symbol that represents everyone, he should have 92 Rolls Royces. We're doing successful. We can show off how well our community is doing because our leaders got 92 Rolls Royces. So he was pro-capitalism, he was pro-making money, but they were a commune. And the way he avoided the Marxist form of communism was by saying everyone volunteered all of their possessions to join into our community. So I'm all about the idea that, say you and me or whoever we can imagine, we want to start an employee-owned and employee-managed business, and we're pooling together all of our resources, even though they might be unequal. And we've sorted out that over the first few years of revenue, we're all going to be paid back according to how much we contributed without interest, and that the interest will be, we're all owners of it. So regardless of how you start from it, you know, there's a kind of communism that isn't socialist in the appropriation sense. And I'm all about that because.
So Bernie Sanders is socialist. He's explicitly socialist.
Yeah.
Right. So, and you like him.
Well, look, so for a year after we signed our Constitution in 1789, right, that there was a year before the IRS was formed. And during that year, revenue was built through voluntary, there were raffles, there were fundraisers, they were shadily run, all right? I'm not saying that it was perfect. So, but that was the only time we ever had capitalism according to the no socialism doctrine. the second we started in using involuntary taxation. That's why Benjamin Franklin said the constants are death and taxes. Saying, listen, we're going to do it just like everyone else. We're just going to give you representation in a republic for it. And still, we're not giving Guam or Puerto Rico or whatever, all of our possessions. We're guilty of exactly what we said we were fighting for. So,
European countries are both capitalist and socialist.
No, well, that's just it. If you're going to have involuntary taxation, you're to a small degree socialist. And the fact that crony capitalism, bailing out the huge corporations, is a form of socialism. So when they're talking about very specific, usually Marxist-inspired, but anything that's against the main private interests funding those people, mostly on the right. I mean, I think
bailing out corporations is not a communist thing, a socialist thing.
No, well, it's a form of crony capitalism.
Right.
It is a form of socialism.
No, it's a form of capitalism. It's a form of corruption, right?
Crony capitalism is corrupt socialism. You're appropriating from the people, and you're just giving to a company that, if it were doing things right, would be solvent. But they're not. They're corrupt. So let's bleed the American populace to bail out these too big to fail companies that we rely on. It's technically a form of socialism. I don't think it's the socialism Bernie Sanders is going for. But I'm just saying, he's even used that term himself. He's said crony capitalism is socialism, so why aren't you getting behind if we've been bailing out the companies, let's bail out the people. And he's even said it that way.
Right. He's saying that Republicans are okay with socialism for corporations and for bankrupt corporations or for the rich, but they expect, austerity for the poor.
Yeah, their argument holds weight to the degree that they're talking about Marxist socialism that, say, takes down a regime and reneges all of the contracts us in our country have paid that regime that they took over for that property. And basically you're saying, hey man, you're not being honorable. You're not living up to, we had an arrangement going on, and just because you killed him, it's not right. It's not right. So that's why Bernie Sanders qualifies himself by saying the Scandinavian model so much, because he's pretty open about it. I'm not a Marxist. I fuck communism, fuck Russia, whatever. He's more, he's got a more nuanced approach, but
right. But the thing is that I think a lot of people on the right would like the policies of Bernie Sanders, but they're afraid of the word socialism.
I agree.
They don't know the difference. And so they accuse Biden of being a socialist, which is preposterous. Like Biden is, compared to Bernie Sanders, Biden is conservative.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why he got the Democratic nomination. He was the most moderate of the. No, he was the most likely to get it, and he did. I mean,
right.
even though
I think that means that Bernie Sanders would have lost. If Americans think that Biden, who does not claim to be a socialist, is a socialist, and that's what they're afraid of, what would they think of Bernie Sanders, who is proudly declares himself to be a democratic socialist?
Well, I like to remind everyone that we don't live in a dictatorship, that there's a separation of powers, and our president has very limited powers. They do say things. There's the power of people believing in them. And that, to that degree, that's how I can jive with what you were saying about Trump, about how he has been fomenting and enabling and encouraging a certain kind of racism. Well, and I guess I really had to think about it. I don't think a lot of people who support him, who aren't necessarily racist themselves, think racism's a big enough problem. They think, fuck it. If we've got to put up with the neo-Nazis being a little bit more encouraged in their program, well, at least my 401k is doing well, and he at least hasn't making me feel bad for being a white person, that is trying or whatever. I think it's simple, but I think that is the way a lot of people who vote for him think, that aren't, racist, you know. But I don't know. We've got to. I don't know. I want to talk about all these things with you again sometime. I don't know. I do enjoy talking with you. I know. We're wrapping it up, but
yeah, I hope we get to talk about more philosophy next time.
Yeah,
less ideology.
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't feel like I'm self-educated, so I never came from. There's continental philosophy and analytic philosophy. Just anytime we started getting in a little deeper than just yeah, that was a good movie. Like no, I really liked, and I thought it meant when Keanu Reeves did this, that meant, dude, what's with all the philosophy? I don't know. Just being a little bit deeper than just the obvious to me is philosophy, and I guess just I don't know. I think I said it before in similar words. I feel like part of me wants to become a demagogue that takes over the world. So like philosophy to me is like if you had the chance to program someone who could either be a Hitler or a Jesus, this is what I think the best guess is at the time. I want to take certain chosen friends of mine with me to the top, and the more you help me figure out my errors in thought and my useless whatevers. So that's it to me. So it's hard for me to, if you're being supernatural, to me, that has no place in where we're going in the future. That's a regression, I don't think mythic thinking, or I don't know, a lot of Jungian or spiritual thoughts, I don't think they're useless. I think they've got to be put in their place in context and not override what science tries to tell us, usually in an attempt to save our lives from some kind of stupidity. So I don't know. I think of solve and coagula. It's another version of like Hegel's like a thesis, antithesis, synthesis, but I believe in analyzing and criticizing and breaking down things into not irreducibles per se, but just breaking it down to know what we're really talking about. It's why I feel like when you break down justice, freedom, or equality, it's made up of stuff that when you put it back together, there's so many ways it can be taken wrong. I could become a bad kind of Hitler if I use justice or equality or freedom as my thing. So I've got to break it down. But after I've broken down all these great ideas that I've analyzed, I want to put them back together again to be some kind of useful thing that I can live my life by. And hopefully, if I did become some kind of charismatic, I don't believe in universals like Kant, but that others could use it. It's a workable worldview that includes room for a wide variety of opinions. So it's just, what Stephen was saying, I agree with. I am coming up with rules, but I'm trying to be creative. I'm trying to go somewhere and just, yeah. I know there's good.
I got to get going.
Yeah.
But
well, it was a pleasure.
We'll do some philosophy next time.
All right. Hey, it was a pleasure seeing you and talking with you, Ivan. I'll see you.
Have a good night.
You too, bud.